In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history books? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome to round 9 of the 2024 FIDE candidates. The heat is definitely turning up. We're seeing incredibly decisive and unpredictable results. Yesterday, Nakamura beat Caruana, taking him out of the lead for the open section. In the women's section, Lei beat Tan, and this was a huge shock as in the first round, she lost. This has blown the field wide open as we have 3 leaders in the women's section. In the open, Gukesh beat Vidit, Nepo drew to Abasov, so that means we still have our 2 leaders fighting for first place. Today's games are sure to be thrilling to watch, and this is because in the second round, when all of these players played against each other the first time, every single result in the open section was decisive, and in the women's section we had 2 decisive games. I think this was the round where we actually saw the most wins and losses. Will it be the same today? Let's see. Follow the FIDE live broadcast to not miss any of the action. Back to the studio.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our coverage of round number 9 here at the 2024 Candidates Tournament. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by the 5-time world champion from India, Vishy Anand, to bring you this round coverage. For now, let's take a look at the round 8 recaps. So Gukesh won with the black pieces against his compatriot Vidit. Naka won also against Caruana in the big matchup of the Americans, leapfrogging over Caruana to a +1 score and sending Fabi back to 50%. So it looks right now like we realistically have 5 people in the hunt for first place in this tournament. Of course, Nepo and Gukesh are pretty comfortable at +2 scores, but they're followed closely behind by Hikaru and Prague. Fabiano is actually not far behind at 4 points. It's only 1 point gap separating the 1st and 5th places. On the women's side, we had 2 decisive games. The leader Tan Zhongyi lost with the white pieces to Lei Tingji. That was actually Lei's 3rd win in a row, so she's really on fire in this tournament right now. Humpy won a very topsy-turvy game against Vaishali in the last few minutes of play. So at the women's section, we have 3 players on top with 5 points out of 8, a +2 score. Katerina Lagno not far behind at 4.5. And so right now it looks like we have 4 players in the hunt for the top spot in this tournament. So let's take a look at the highlight moments from round number 8.
The second half of the FIDE candidates kicked off today after the rest day. Today, we had 2 distinguished guests making the ceremonial first moves. Michael Hyatt, Canadian tech entrepreneur, started the game between the 2 American players, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiana Caruana. Jose Antonio Carrillo, FIDE Continental President for Americas, made the first move for the leader of the women's tournament, Tan Zhongyi, in her game against compatriot Lei Tingji. All of the games in round 8 started off at a slower pace. 8 solid opening lines promised a day full of positional maneuvering and complex long-term plans. However, even a calm day without tactical fireworks treated us to several important results that had great impact on the overall standings. In the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament, Lei Tingji took down the leader, Tan Zhongyi, taking revenge for her first loss in the first round. With Goryachkina's game against Lagno finishing in a draw, we now have Tan, Lei, and Goryachkina in a 3-way tie at the top. Hampi Konaru won her first game against Vaishali, a bittersweet result as she defeated her compatriot. Anna Muzichuk was on a verge of losing against Nurgul Salimova, but managed to escape with the draw. In the FIDE Candidates Tournament, the race for the first place is wide open once again. Gukesh won against Vidit in a surprisingly lopsided game. With the black pieces, Gukesh capitalized on several inaccuracies from his opponents and now rejoins Nepomniachtchi as a co-leader. Nepo, playing with white against Abasov, tried to squeeze water from stone in an objectively drawn endgame and even managed to win a pawn. However, the position remained equal. Abasov defended well and the game finished with a draw. In a key battle between 2 American players, Hikaru Nakamura outplayed Fabiana Caruana. Nakamura pointed out that the pressure of playing for the coveted spot at the top probably had a negative impact on Caruana, as he made questionable choices in the opening and failed to find the best continuations at multiple points of the game. The game ended with a spectacular combination, one that was clearly overlooked by Caruana. Pragnananda made a draw against Faruja in the calmest game of the round and shares 3rd place with Nakamura, trailing the leaders Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh by half a point.
Vishy, who do you feel is on an upward trajectory in the Open event?
I'm going to guess that Gukesh is slightly happier because he has regained the lead, whereas Nepo feels that his lead has been taken away. That's about the only emotional difference I can feel. It's always better to be in the situation after a win rather than after a draw. So, but the entire second half ahead of us.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Nepo was disappointed with his draw yesterday. Although, you know, his opponent defended quite well the whole game, Abasov.
Yeah.
I also feel like Naka is definitely another player on an upward trajectory. And I've just been enjoying his post-game interviews. You know, he spoke about how actually his goal for this tournament, you know, you would think that you would say, well, I want to win, right? But actually his goal, as he's repeated many times, is not to be the class clown, not to make a fool out of himself. And that's what he seems to put as like the _1 goal, you know, playing good chess, enjoying himself, things like that. What do you think about that, Vishy?
Sometimes the attitude can be very healthy. And I mean, we've tended to kind of think that he's winding people up with this thing, but maybe he's just being very frank. He feels better coming here, knowing that he doesn't feel like his life depends on it or anything like that. Not that I think the others are that obsessed, but relatively speaking, they have been waiting longer for this. And maybe it's helping him feel very free. It didn't look like that way in the beginning,
right?
But he's now picked up momentum. In the same vein, I think in the women's section, it's clearly Li Tengji who's the favorite now because she's riding this wave.
3 wins in a row.
Goryachkina kind of found Tan Zhongyi on her score. And I think for Tan Zhongyi, it's going to be the hardest. But then again, after the dip comes the rise again. So maybe Tan will be the first one to flip. These things, you never know.
It's interesting what we're seeing on the screen. A lot of the players are like closing their eyes to concentrate. Actually, we saw that started with Lagno, then Humpy, then Gukesh. And that's something I haven't really noticed, you know, players doing so much before. But I mean, I know Vidit is kind of famous for his meditation before the games. It's not really my thing so much. Vishy, what about you? Do you do anything like that?
I sometimes close my eyes a little bit, maybe not a lot, but especially when calculating, sometimes I find it nice to shut out other things and then the position becomes slightly clearer. So, you know, I close my eyes and suddenly I can really zoom in on the board. But they may not be even thinking about chess at this point. They may just be closing their eyes and trying to channel that in concentration.
What do you think about Fabiano? How is he feeling right now? I mean, the tournament #1 seed, you know, the one that everyone called as the favorite. You know, it's not only that he lost his first game to Naka yesterday, it was the fact that his tournament has been kind of unnoticeable, right? Like, I can't really recall too many fascinating Caruana games from this tournament. Like, you know, we kind of remember that moment where he could have lost to Vidit. But other than that, it's kind of like, okay, he beat Abasov, and then it's sort of like a blank. You know, there's been so many really exciting games here, and Caruana just hasn't really been part of them.
Yes, there are so many dramatic moments. And do you remember any Caruana moment? Not really.
Not really, right? So it's been very quiet.
That's been quite striking. But again, I think with the experienced players and the greats, you never know when suddenly the wind is going to turn for them. And then, I mean, they're also kind of slightly depressed, and then suddenly they rebound very strongly. It could still happen for him.
Yeah.
All he needs is that one break. So, and he'll keep trying.
Yeah, today he's got the black pieces against Abasov, who he's beaten before in this tournament. Okay, let's see what we're going to see from Abasov. Is it going to be E4? No, it goes to D4. Right, so he's been kind of versatile in his opening choices. D5 from Fabi. We got also a rematch between Hikaru and Vidit, Gukesh and Prague, and this is going to be, I think, a fun one. Firouzja and Nepo, their game.
Firouzja with white pieces, and recently he's had a good score with Nepo with the white pieces. So let's see if that continues.
Well, we see Fabi already choosing something kind of unusual against Abasov. This Queen's Gambit with an early bishop b4 development. We also see, I think, an interesting choice by Firouzja against Nepo, going knight f3, d5, b3.
Played that?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. All right. So
This is, what is the name? Larsen Nimzowitsch, right? And this is very common in online chess because people just find that thing. But recently, there's been quite a lot of interest in this line because people look for these things. Is it Adiman who? Is it Adiman's version? Is this or the straightaway B3? Anyway.
No, Adiban is 1B3.
Yeah, it's 1B3. So that's going to be fun.
Yes,
I mean, I'm curious which system Jan will choose. Will he just go for E6, C5, and just play as you would play against any Queen's Indian, almost a reversed Queen's Indian, or will you just try something else?
So we have a Spanish on the board between Gukesh and Prague. So we know that Prague was involved in that really exciting Spanish against Vidit. Is he going to go for something more normal today is the question. We also have an Italian between Vidit and Hikaru. And again, from what Hikaru...
Is A6 expected?
Yeah. Well, okay, so he went H6. Is that a move here, Ibishi? Hikaru played H6 quite early.
Yes, it is a move actually. It's a very important move because H6 eliminates knight G5. And in fact, this is the game where black does not go G6 but plays G5. There are people who play G6 anyway and bishop G7, but black has that extra option of going D6 and then G5 and bishop G7 and so on. So those are fun positions. Generally after C3, I think nowadays after G5, they just go A4. What has he done? It's not G5. Maybe he's gone D6. D6.
Yeah.
And will he go something like A4 or knight BD2? Sometimes white also holds back because if knight BD2, G5, then I still have time for knight F1 and some regrouping. But if I castle and you play G5, then I don't have those options. No, he is not concerned about that.
And we see Gukesh not allowing an open Spanish. He defended his pawn against Prague on E4, and Prague just played bishop C5. We have a double fianchetto between Firouzja and Nepo. I have to say that Firouzja is one of my favorite players to watch here at this point. I just feel that, yeah, with the pressure off of him, he's really got nothing to lose, can just, enjoy the games, and that makes him quite dangerous.
Yes, but you really don't know that this wasn't his normal preparation as well. He could have just prepared G3 and B3 for this tournament. His style is very flexible in that sense, and he can play these. Of course, these are openings that got honed in faster time controls, but they are ready for the big time, I think.
And yeah, this opening between Abbasov and Caruana is, that's a little bit surprising. We don't see this bishop b4 move too early at these top levels, right? So what kind of system do you think black could be going for here? Is he going to go for like knight f6 or knight e7?
If you're going to play knight f6, then we have ended up in a same-ish variation of the Nimzo. Except that black has lost the flexibility of choosing many lines. He has pre-committed d5. I think now the term must be pre-moved d5.
Right.
And you have just reduced the flexibility you have. You've chosen your system in advance before you play knight f6. And he has gone knight f6. So my logic isn't thing. But the thing is, if I had not played d5 early, then there are other systems like knight c6, c5. Right. You might want to poke around there. But in this case, Fabi might just be, because I think Fabi is trying to provoke a battle, and he might just be willing to let this go where it goes.
Well, I think Hikaru is showing his aggressive intentions early. He already has a pawn on g5. Actually, one of the things that he said is that, now he's in a position to take more risks. And it was a bit paradoxical because, he's on a plus score now. So he was asked, well, why do you feel that this way now and not before when you were doing badly? And it was like, his reasoning was that when he was on a minus score, taking risks, you could like roll down to like -4 and then, be the class clown that he doesn't want to be. Now that he's in a plus score, he's more free to do what he wants because in any case, he's not risking to be, the class clown.
Whatever works for him. It seems to me just as much that once you finally got into a plus score, you think, I don't want to screw this up.
Right.
So it could go both ways. But look, if it works for him, good for us. And now the thing is, if I go knight bd2, I don't think black wants to go g4 just yet, but it's in the air. If I played rook e1 as well, you might find that the knight on f3 has run out of squares. You can play g4. So g5 is quite aggressive in this.
Yeah, there's a really funny parallel here. Let's take a bird's eye view of the women's boards because, in the women's section, the game between Koneru and Lagno.
Oh, it's exactly the same thing.
Yes.
Except Koneru has actually made a more serious commitment, which is knight f3.
Knight f3, right.
Because Abbasov has kept the option of bringing that knight to e2. And Koneru has given that up. Or she started with another opening and then she didn't have that option in the first place. But yes, these Nimzo Indians can be fascinating. So we'll have interesting games.
Yeah, we also have Salimova choosing a bit of an unusual opening against Lei. So she didn't go for the Caro-Kann.
Can we just see the move order she used?
Yeah, sure.
Did she start with the Pirt or?
So let's go to the women's board between Lei and Salimova.
Yes, she started with the Pirt and then switched to the...
Right, and so this is unusual for her. It's interesting that she is trying something quite new out at this stage of the tournament. She's not doing badly. I think she's on a -1 score. Definitely not a disaster. She's not one of the highest rated players here. But she's choosing something kind of more offbeat, handing white the space advantage. And what do you call the system again for black?
For me,
it's the Philidor.
Philidor. For all the versions of this, I would call the Philidor. But nowadays, one popular line is G4. But of course, Rook G1 is the more conservative variant of that. You don't sack the pawn. Also, H3 and G4 is another idea that people play.
So this exists, like right here.
It exists.
Even without the bishop on C4 yet. Wow. But she's going Rook G1, which definitely shows us that this is not going to be a quiet game.
Not at all.
So Lei is going to try to make it 4 in a row, which would be incredible, right?
But you got to compliment her. She's coming at you every round. So
yeah. After that game that she drew against Katerina Lagno, like that really hopeless position that she saved, after that game, she won 3 in a row. So that, sometimes it makes a big difference, right, to save one really horrible losing position.
Yes. It's like a second life, right?
Yeah. And then you gotta make that second life good.
Yeah, you gotta make it count.
All right. So we also got Faruja dressed in a nice green jacket today. He said it's kind of boring to wear like the same old suits. So that's why his fashion style is a little bit more versatile. And let's see what other interesting positions we got. Let's actually take a look at Abbasov versus Caruana because I see kind of an unusual move there that Abbasov chose.
But also Caruana went e3 c6, not c5. So
c6 tells us, actually, it tells us that when white captures, black wants to recapture with the c pawn.
Right.
Yeah. And in general, I guess this is sort of the plan to trade the light squared bishops.
Sure.
And so then we get this a4 response by Abbasov. He's trying to bring out the bishop so that black can't castle, but that's why black castles. And okay, well, I have to say I'm always very comfortable in these like Nimzo structures. One of the few things I know in chess is probably these kinds of positions. So let's talk about how this is going to develop, Vishy. I mean, as white, I guess it's going to bring out the knight. Something like that.
It's definitely a plan. It depends. Either you want to go f3, in which case you're best with bishop d3, knight e2, f3 in some order, but getting that going. Or you go knight f3 and you're just going to play it the normal way. Maybe take on d5 at some point and c4, and you keep the two bishops and a slightly bigger center. Black has his trumps as well, and that's another kind of game.
So for example, or I guess you could consider taking and then maybe just going for c4 immediately. It feels a bit early, doesn't it, to do that?
No, it's early here, but let's say I've thrown in knight
Yeah.
f3, bishop b2, whatever, and then it might.
All right,
become a
well, let me
valid
go
plan.
b6 because I feel like that's really the dream, is to get that bishop out.
But now cd5.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if something like a5 can be played. I don't know if bishop b5 can be played.
Yeah, maybe bishop b5 could be a thematic idea to like, just in general to,
But I think I would sack the
Yeah.
exchange very fast. I'd play bishop a6. You'd go bishop a3.
Oh.
You see, the computer doesn't even get excited about this. Bishop takes b5.
Oh, yeah.
Bishop
because
takes f8
bishop c4
and knight c6, bishop a6 back, and he doesn't. Well, it's climbing slightly for white now, but I would
But-
feel uncomfortable because you can't
Yeah.
run away and your king is stuck there.
It's not easy to go for a position where you cannot castle. Yeah. So, so what other options does white have here?
Now there's bishop d3, bishop a6, and then just castles. That's another option.
But then there's a risk that it might be a little hard for you to get in this c4 move, yeah?
Well, you can't move your knight on b8 till you have decided
Yeah.
something about the bishop. So maybe you want to try queen c8 or something. I don't know.
Queen c8.
Instead of bishop
right.
d3.
Right
Because
here.
then you're threatening to take the knight via c6 to
yeah.
a5 because the bishop is defended, something like that. But
Well, I can definitely see why he's going for this type of position, Caruana, at least trying to create some sort of imbalance, maybe provoking Abbas to get a little optimistic, right, with the bishop pair. And, you know, it's what Hikaru was explaining was that, like, the bishop pair, he said, I think he said Alpha Zero showed us that the bishop pair is, like, the most important thing in chess. That you can give away 1 pawn, 2 pawns, 5 pawns. It doesn't really matter as long as you've got the bishop pair. What do you think, Vishy? Is that something that computers have shown us recently?
it's true that it's one of the piece pairs in chess that is it's significantly stronger than we realized, the bishop pair, and computers do magic with it. But then I can tell you that they do magic with the knights as well. I mean, they just expand your range of what's possible. The bishop pair, there are some surprising relationships. For instance, far more rook against bishop and knight, or 2 knights, not the 2 bishops, but rook and bishop and knight, or 2 knights that turn out to be pretty competitive for the rook. I mean, you would think the old argument used to be it's 6 versus 5. Now it seems to be a bit in the middle. And same thing with the bishops. 2 bishops are more than 3.14 or whatever they are. They seem to be just that tad bit more, because these are very hard concepts to put a figure on. But mostly I think the human way of understanding it is just look at a lot of practical examples of the computer doing something with the 2 bishops and trying to figure something out.
You know what was really interesting in watching Hikaru's interview yesterday is that you know, he said that Fabiano, he made the decision to give up the bishop pair, right? That interesting trade on d4 that gave Hikaru the isolated pawn. And he said something like that he would think it was a really good decision against like a 26-50 in a Grand Swiss. But, you know, in terms of, you know, Fabiano trying to win, going to the structure, trying to win, but against playing this against himself, you know, he didn't think that was such an amazing decision. And it was really interesting, like that he was valuing the bishop pair quite highly. And he felt like it was actually like kind of a mistake for Caruana to even go for this type of position, despite the fact that mathematically, you know, black is doing fine. And he said that he thought, you know, at some point that Caruana, you know, thought that he was better. So how often is that, Vishy, that you have like top players just kind of evaluating the position differently, and neither of them is really wrong, right?
If Hikaru's saying that he was less pessimistic because he knew that the 2 bishops can be surprisingly useful, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
But I would repeat that objectively, Caruana was not worse.
Right.
And he was never worse as a result of taking that thing on d4.
Right.
But it requires a certain kind of play. I mean, Caruana has to accept that he just blockades on d5, puts the pieces in good squares and wait. Maybe the opportunities to outplay white with the knights is not there, and there's some deeper stuff going on. But I do not think it was a bad decision at all.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm biased to knights, and you know.
Yeah. So I think Hikaru's like assessment, you know, it's a it's kind of a controversial one, right? Like even his commentator on his channel, Jan Ludwig Hammer, was, like really questioning him about it, because he also looks at the positions like black is fine. Black's got a nice blockade of the isolated pawn, and the bishops don't seem that strong. But Hikaru really felt like, like just even the decision for Caruana to go for that was a mistake. Like he felt like he was just not in any danger with the two bishops at all.
Look, Hikaru might be making a very intelligent point, which is not that the position is good or bad, but that why would you give up the two bishops? Because it doesn't improve your odds of success, but it slightly increases your odds of failure. But this is a very human observation, because I think looking at the evaluation, and once you see the right move, there's nothing wrong with black. That's the top line evaluation. But what Hikaru is saying is it's easier to go wrong in the subsequent position for black, or it's easier for black, the side without the two bishops, to stumble in some tactic. I mean, if he's making that point, that's very sophisticated, and it would be interesting to figure something out. And he could be right. Maybe giving up the two bishops is a strategy that is slightly less successful because it's easier to go wrong afterwards.
Yeah.
Not for anything else. Whereas with the two bishops, Hikaru's point might be that the side with the two bishops is not running any risk, even if he has an isolated pawn or a double pawn or something structural. The two bishops will compensate for it. I wouldn't go that far, but if he's stating that, I think it's worthy of a second look.
Yeah, I mean, also just the contrast that he made, that saying like that decision would be great against a 2650 GM, but not against, let's say, 27, 80 or 90, right? So, but yeah, that was definitely an interesting observation by Hikaru, and I was a little surprised, to see him trying to be so adamant on that point, that he felt like it was just a mistake for a Fabi to go for that position. So let's talk about this one. We have Abasov playing the move bishop d3, and it's Fabi's turn. So what could he be thinking about here? I guess one option is taking on c4, maybe going back to c5. He could do that,
because if you say c5, you transpose. White has wasted one move capturing, black has done the same, or something like that. But c5, I think, would justify White's plan of playing a4, because he played bishop a3 and simply knight f3 and develop. It might make more sense to play b6.
Yeah.
Or rook e8 and e5.
Ah, totally different plan.
Actually, hang on. I'll just try e5 here with black. So what I'm thinking is, if d takes e5, knight g4, if knight f3, I play knight d7. And that should be nice for me. Oh, it's not knight g4 apparently. So then f4 is stronger. I was going to say, I don't know. I haven't evaluated f4 yet. But it really likes f4. So in that case, it's not knight g4. What does it want to do? Knight e4?
And also that means, Vishy, that after pawn takes c4, I guess he wants to go bishop e2.
Of course, that's what it wants. It doesn't want to play knight g4. He wants to play d takes c4 first.
Ah.
That's what he's trying to say.
Oh,
the computer's trying to
like
say.
this.
Yeah, okay. So this is just...
So e5 is actually workable. Because the point is, now we just trade.
And knight g4 now, and we're doing excellently. Or not even.
Yeah, well, probably not too badly. I mean...
What did it want to play instead of queen d1 check? Is it queen a5?
I think queen d1 was pretty good, but queen a5 is interesting, yeah?
No, it's not queen a5.
Here we probably take, right?
No, for a second it was suggesting that black was absolutely fine, and then the evaluation dropped. So I'm trying to understand if there's a specific move.
You're saying something even better.
Oh, queen d1, king d1, knight g4, king e1, knight takes e5, bishop e2, but this must be fine for black, right?
Yeah.
Knight takes e5, bishop e2.
Even
Bishop
quite
F5
nice for black with that bishop coming out, yeah.
Sure.
So actually, Fabi
If
does
E5,
have a lot to think
You
about
can play
here.
e5 here, actually.
Yeah.
Because if c takes d5, I can throw in e4, and you're losing more time with your bishop. And this must be nice for black. So has Abasov been slightly inaccurate?
Well, I guess the thing is that this a4 move does take some time, right? So he didn't, for example, spend that move on developing the knight. and a4.
But more than a4, I think bishop d3 is the one walking into e5, right?
Right. So maybe he should have played knight f3. Okay. So bishop d3 does seem to be a little bit inaccurate, giving black some extra opportunities. But this move e5, it's first of all, it's very unusual for these positions, right? Because I guess normally white.
Not in the c6 system. Because I think the point of the c6 system is that you recapture on d5 with the c pawn and you throw in e5 somewhere. Maybe knight. I was first suggesting rook e8 e5, and then I thought, wait a minute, he's gone bishop d3. Let's do it right away. And you know, that's how I stumbled on it. But maybe e5 is just a good move.
This actually just seems like a great move because I mean you're basically got ideas of e4. You have a really good answer to cd5. This one doesn't look really promising for white at all. So what exactly is white supposed to do? I mean, white is behind in development. Yeah, I really like this e5 move. I think black has a chance to get off the other common tracks and try.
I mean, leaving aside that Fabiano might be trying to win and unbalance the position, if you equalize that easily on move 8, then white has done something wrong. I suspect it is bishop d3. Knight f3 would have been better. So bishop d3 is maybe just a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, and how does white, like, how would you keep the balance for white? Is it just basically this line, and we have to see what's going on here, right? I mean, I guess here, were there other moves other than dc4? Really
feel. Knight e4?
I mean, I just kind of.
But now I would have bishop a3 and knight e2, and okay, the computer doesn't like it at all.
Yeah. I mean, you can even go knight e2, right?
Yes.
Just defend the pawn. Okay, so dc4, bishop takes, queen takes here, and let's find a clear way for white to keep the balance. Because this is not the pawn we want to give up. So where does this king go? e2 or e1?
Maybe king e2?
But then this square is going to feel weak, right?
Knight e5, yeah, and especially bishop b3.
Yeah.
And b6, b6.
B6 is awesome. Here coming out. Wow.
Oh, b6 is huge. So no, white is, I think, in serious trouble here. So that cannot be king e2. It has to be king e1 and bishop e2.
Bishop e2. But even that, I mean, it's not like feeling, not exactly fun.
Bishop f5 or rook d8 and knight d3 check.
Yeah, this is quite like a miserable opening result for white. To be immediately in an endgame where you're like groveling for a draw wouldn't be a lot of fun. So I don't know. I mean,
maybe Fabi, if he plays e5, he just has a pleasant position like, right away. And,
I mean, the only reason for him not to play e5 is that, like, if he's concerned about like getting an early queen trade and maybe he's not like that convinced he can win the endgame. Maybe we still like try to find some way because there's still some balance here. We just need to find it.
It seems to be there. King e1, knight e5, bishop e2.
But it's like it does drop. As soon as we go king e1, it drops a little bit. So what is it like?
f4.
Wow. Giving up that rook and playing for the...
Well, try it.
Yeah. This could be
knight
it.
f2 check.
Wow.
King e2. Oh, that...
yeah, this is...
Knight takes. And now knight f3 and follow up with bishop a3. Oh, it was... I think you start with bishop a3 then.
Yeah, you can... I think either way, yeah?
Well, it seems to think this is... No, it's about the same. Rook e8 and then knight... Rook f8. I mean, d8 and b8. And then I go knight f3. Collect this thing. And I'm only an exchange down. And I've got this pawn mass in the...
Yeah, you're going to have one pawn for the exchange.
Yes. Wow. And a bishop potentially landing on d6 and something.
Okay, but hold on, Vishy. Like, if this is what Fabiano is calculating, is he going to be interested in this type of equality? I mean, the computer says this is equal, but it's a very different type of equal. Like, you already traded the queens, you're in an end game, white has, compensation. I mean, would you, if you actually saw all of this, would you think, hey, this is the way to beat Abasov today?
You know what? I'm not even convinced that Abasov is not setting a trap with bishop d3. I mean, I was my first impression was bishop d3, e5, this is not great.
Yeah.
I'm now not convinced, and if you add that Mamedyarov is a second, then I'm sure it's easily something they could have prepared as a trap in this setup. I mean, I'm running wild with my thoughts here, but I wouldn't rule it out. Imagine you provoke your opponent e5 and then you go f4, king e2, knight f3, bishop a3, and maybe you're happy with the resultant position. Maybe white thinks he's pressing at no risk.
Right.
So,
on the other hand, You know, I mean, I would be so shocked, like, if that was his preparation, because, you know, Fabi, I mean, I haven't really seen him play this bishop b4
It's true.
system.
I don't mean that he prepared it for today's game.
Right.
I mean that he prepared it in this initial
okay.
setup, and it's one of the ideas he's having in the bank.
I see, right.
Yeah.
Because I would just be shocked if the preparation was so deep that they have ideas like that in some bishop b4 system, you know?
If they have prepared this for Fabi, then it's a huge guess. Let's move on. We're having a lot of fun.
All right, let's go to the game
Ratnananda
between...
Gukesh has ended up in a delayed Berlin. So not bishop b5, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, but the whole thing where black has simply gained this pawn move for free. And Gukesh is saying, look, you can have that a6 pawn. I want to... This move could be either way. I think sometimes it's just an extra move, especially if black castles queenside and you try to break through, then you've created extra piece, pawn restraining you. I can't think of a scenario where it's a worse result, but clearly he's willing to give it a shot.
So basically here we're going to have like a slow maneuvering game for a while, right?
Yeah.
This feels like the game between Caruana and Abasov from earlier in the tournament.
Yes, and we have a
kind of a ready opening.
Yes, and knight bd2, and I guess he just wants to castle. What should he have played instead of knight bd2? Let's see if there's a better move, because it seemed to like white, admittedly in parts per million, but it seemed to like white.
Maybe knight h4. No, that wasn't it. Knight e5 can sometimes be a move.
Yes.
But that doesn't really seem to be
maybe c4?
better.
Then d4, right?
c4, d4, yeah, wasn't.
No, this didn't work either.
Not really clear what was e3. But I mean, that's not going to be it, yeah, either.
Okay, so it's just some random evaluation.
Yeah, knight bd2 looks pretty normal. And so the question here is black going to throw in h6, but then, you know, the g7 pawn could hang, yeah, because of the
or
e4.
you can castle here.
So let's castle. And what do we do here? We can consider queen e1. We can consider knight h4.
Queen e1 is one plan which actually works here. I don't know if I can just play knight b4 and mess you around. I mean, if you have to go back with the queen, then you achieve nothing.
Right, because I don't have an obvious way to guard that pawn.
But hang
on. No rook c1.
Try e4.
Okay, Nepo has castled.
Let's try e4 here.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
And we're getting another exchange sack. So knight takes c2, queen b1. d4. I think knight a1, e5 must be nice. d4, d4, knight takes e4, queen takes c2, knight takes g3. Maybe this is just good for black because you can't play queen c3.
Yeah, white has lost like a lot of pawns here. Yeah, but so when black takes
three
the rook,
pawns,
yeah,
3 pawns and a rook for 2 knights. Looks like a good deal.
So how about we attempt to go for this bishop?
Bishop g4.
h3.
Bishop h5.
g4.
If I go knight d7, you might play knight f5. Okay, I'll go knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 is the typical move in these positions, isn't it? That's the problem, is that actually I don't really get your bishop because you take my knight is quite decent for black, and I can't even hold my knight here. The moment it moves, the whole operation has been pointless because I didn't even succeed in winning your bishop. Yeah, so it's not that easy to go.
Okay, well, let's wait to see what Firouzja has up his sleeve. Quick look at Hikaru, maybe?
Okay. Hikaru has castled short. So after this aggressive move, g5, knight bd2, bishop g7, bishop b3, a5, a4, castles, knight c4, bishop e6 is the position we have on the board. So Hikaru is definitely taking some risks with his opening, right?
Yeah, also, if I Position kind of screams out to play knight e3, but then black has actually achieved d5. I mean, I really want to play knight e3 and explore that square, but if you go d5, maybe you've equalized.
Yes.
So if you can't play knight e3, you've got to, in effect, white needs to keep restraining or threatening that pawn on e5 in order to restrain d5, and at the same time try to make progress on this front.
So like rook e1 or something is the move, one of the moves that does that.
Then I could go g4.
And now I'm going to calculate if I can go here, you take.
Yeah.
And it looks like you kind of get away with it, right? So I don't think I can put my knight here. This seems like a problem. So I have to go back. All right, let's go back.
And this still seems to have a lot of white power because every pawn move is committal. You can't take it back. And
Well, what about d5 here, though?
okay, take it.
At least I have everything defended.
Knight e4.
Okay, so right now this is the most annoying threat that you have. Other than that, you don't really have anything else to bother me too much. So
b6?
like it's either b6 or maybe queen e7.
Okay.
Which one of those should I do? Let's go b6.
Okay, then I'll go knight g3.
Okay.
I think I want to threaten knight h5. Yeah.
This is the threat. And okay, so knight h5 is a pretty big threat because I can't move my bishop away without losing that pawn. So, king h7.
Also, I might be able to play f3, g takes f3, queen takes f3. Might be a nice setup at some point.
f3, yeah? So hold on. So on one hand, black has like a lot of space that is also a bit of a problem to protect. Decent pieces, but basically the question is like how I'm holding all of that space that I've taken.
Sure.
And this is definitely a big question.
Yeah.
How I'm defending that. Do you want to help me out with that? Because I feel like this looks awkward to me. You know, trying to prepare bishop
would be one
h8.
area of concern because if I let you have this, the problem with king h7 is I can go knight h5 and bishop h8 is not a real move.
Yeah, because there's queen.
d4.
Yeah, I just.
And if e d4, bishop c2 check and it's game over pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, it's bigger than I thought, but anyway, you see the point.
Yeah. So I can feel that king h7 doesn't. It's like it's not solid. By the way,
has done something.
He's played rook e1. Yeah.
Rook e1. So in effect, he's saying that I cannot allow d5 too easily.
Yeah.
And
So put that on the board. So basically, this is where we're discussing g4 and d5, right? Of course, Hikaru doesn't have to be quite so committal about it.
No, he shouldn't jump in. He can play knight e7, g6.
He
can play rook
answered,
e8. Yeah.
rook e8. Right, not committing to anything. He plays this move quite quickly.
I think it must all be theory. Shall we look at the women?
All right, let's do it. Let's do a bird's eye view of the women's boards. Okay.
Lei Ting-ji is going red guns. Yeah.
Yeah, and not too much has happened in that game except, she's put the pawns on g4, h4, and she's put Salimova into a think. Lagno has this early knight e4 move, which looks pretty interesting. And Vaishali Tan reminds me of the structure that Nepo had against Abasov yesterday. It's a little bit different, but the pawn structure on the queen side is similar.
This one, I guess, came from a French. One where white managed to play c3 before the black pawn went to c4. So it is able to retreat in this direction, something like that.
Yeah, and pretty sharp-looking position between Muzichuk and Geryachkina. Maybe we can take a look at that.
Sure.
Muzichuk and Geryachkina. This is Anna's preparation. She's at 1:33, so she's made almost 20 moves very quickly. And we had an offer of a Berlin. In fact, it was a Berlin with rook e1.
Yeah.
Knight d6, okay. It's the Berlin that looks like a Petrov to me. Okay, so she sacks a pawn. Is that, can you comment on that, Vishy?
Yes, it's well-known line.
Mm-hmm.
Takes, and now knight d5.
Yeah, she played bishop f4.
Ah, sorry, bishop f4, knight e8.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d5, d6.
Mm-hmm.
And bishop g5, f6, bishop e3, bishop e5, f4, bishop b2, b1, bishop a3, queen a5.
Queen a5. Okay, so we're 19 moves in. Do you feel like we're still in theory or just it's Anna's preparation?
At least we were in theory one move ago. This way, I'm just trying to think. I think after queen c3, bishop e6 is possible. I'm just wondering if that's the case here. But anyway, these lines have been well worked out. So,
okay, so we have queen a5 on the board. Black is actually up 2 pawns, but he has a bit of a problem with the bishop. And okay, there's one obvious move like bishop c5, giving back 1 pawn.
let's try bishop e6 here and see what's.
And then there's this one, right? That way, if I take your bishop, you take my knight, and actually black is doing kind of great there. So do we take on c7?
Then queen takes c7.
Queen a3. I mean, we can try, but that is really not it. What's the reason this is like so losing? Is it you're
Queen takes c7. Queen takes it. Oh no, it was losing because of bishop c5 when you're
right,
playing.
right. That's the thing. That's the pin. That's the problem. So you save your bishop, and then ultimately, I will lose this knight due to the pin.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can't try that. So what are the typical moves here, Vishy? Is it c4, bishop c4? Bishop c4 looks really, maybe.
Bishop c4.
Want to try that?
Bishop c5.
Okay. And I guess here I'm gonna take maybe.
And now it seems to like white.
White does have some nice looking pieces here. Also some threats of like maybe knight e7 at some point.
Yes.
And if I go b6, do we just, well, like I'm just curious, like how bad is this whole thing?
b6, knight e7 check.
Knight e7. Oh, nope. There's a win here, Vishy.
Queen c6 then.
Let's hunt it. Queen c6. You think queen c6 is a +5 position?
It's not, if it's not knight e7, then I don't know what else is. Knight e7, I thought maybe its idea was some king h8, knight g6 check. But it doesn't work because simply knight d6. So,
because here we
take queen g8, queen f8,
check,
king
here,
bishop takes
and
c6,
then
and minimum is knight d6.
Yeah, you guard the checkmate. Okay. So here we are.
Queen c6, I guess.
Queen c6. I'm just trying to understand why is that like so atrocious for black? Like bishop f7, knight e7, I guess.
Or rook e1 or knight e7. Yeah.
So queen c6 is also not it.
Wow.
So yeah, this is the fun part. +5 win.
Which is not knight e7 and not queen c6.
+5 is so huge, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's not knight b6.
Actually, I think it is knight b6
think
because
knight
it's just
e6?
bishop e6 and queen f8 mate. I think.
Oh, it's mate on f8. See, I missed that. So then, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, so b6 is embarrassing.
Yeah, there you go. It's kind of cool. Let's just show people that is the checkmate on f8. That is the decisive factor. Okay. That's pretty cool. So
yeah.
Let's not do that. Let's not blunder. So black has to play something more solid here. Is it something like queen d6?
And if I take, you'll take the pawn?
Yeah. I mean, we can try that. In a way, we sort of have to start neutralizing your pieces, but that apparently is just losing.
Yeah. I mean, queen takes, pawn takes, rook takes b7 is awesome.
Yeah, this is. The problem is that I can't really take with my knight like I would like because I'm just losing this and the white knight is not getting trapped anywhere. Okay. So how do we neutralize this position? You know, what's funny is that c6 is kind of similar to b6, isn't it? Isn't it like the same idea?
Yeah. You can just go knight b6.
Yeah.
So it's not b6. It's obviously it's not c6.
So this is actually the threat. This is the winning threat at the
b6,
moment.
Yeah. Queen d7. And rook takes b7. I don't know what yet. Maybe rook d8.
You're saying queen d7, yeah? Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
queen d7 is good.
No, that also loses on the spot because of what? Is it rook d1 or something?
Yeah. Rook d1 seems to do it. And why is it so powerful though? Because you're like, why can't, because I can never go king h8 because f8.
Queen g8 and then knight
Yeah.
takes discovered. Let's show that.
Yeah, like
King
this
G8,
king can just basically
then you go queen
never
f8.
allow this because
And by the way, knight e3 probably wins.
Probably
but anyway,
everything
queen
wins,
takes g8 check.
yeah, that wins a
Knight
piece.
takes f6 discovered double check. And then
Yeah,
it's,
and you have an
just
extra piece in the end. Okay, let's go back a little bit. I mean, I think we've understood that this position is very tricky. Queen a5, so bishop e6. And how do we like make this maybe not so dangerous for black? So we think bishop c4 is probably Anna's idea. So
maybe just e6. But then queen d8, knight f6, and rook b7. No?
So you're saying maybe c6 here.
But it seems to be.
Then we take, right?
Yeah.
Rook takes,
Knight f6.
knight f6, knight, I guess knight f6.
Bishop e6.
Oh no,
and
knight
then rook
f6
takes
is bad.
b7.
Wait. Is it
What was the evaluation? Knight takes f6?
like we're losing?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's king f7.
Yeah.
Wow. That way, and rook takes b7, you can take this knight. That's the idea. So actually, this one sort of holds together for black, okay?
And if bishop e6,
I think
then king takes
king-
f6. Yeah.
king f6, you want to do it.
King
Yeah.
e6, I take on g7. It's also very interesting because I'll get a
Yeah.
2-pawn majority on the queen side and you'll get the majority on the king side. But after bishop e6, king f6, and then b5 next, or bishop b6 next, should be nice for black.
Yeah, black still has an extra pawn here, and we're not going to lose b7 because you got to take time out to defend this bishop.
Yeah.
So, okay, basically, what can we say? It's a sharp position. Actually, Garyashkina has to play kind of carefully, but objectively, it's not really too dangerous for her. So let's also take a look at...
Fabi has played e5. So challenge accepted, I think. What about the other games? We finished G against Salimova, h4, and then e takes d4. So this is poised very well. Let's just see what's happening here. Koneru is going e3, offering the c3 pawn because she'll just play with the two bishops, to repeat Nakamura's theme.
Oh, we got to be careful about going too quickly between the games.
Yes.
Let's,
The producer hasn't noticed yet, but we will run into trouble there.
Let's talk for a second about this position, Vaishali versus Tan. So this game is important because Tan is one of the leaders of the tournament. So we had her actually trying a Sicilian. Interesting. So she started with a Sicilian. Vaishali played the c3 line, and then it actually became a French, and Vaishali did not go for the advance.
But she took instead.
Yeah, she took here, so we have this kind of a French. Okay, so quite interesting what's going on in terms of the opening here. Bishop d6, castles, knight e7, b3, she starts to undermine, right? They get this pawn structure that is reminiscent of Nepo versus Abasa from yesterday. And she goes knight g5. attack on this pawn and g6.
Do you know what happens after head 6?
Do
I
I know?
figured it out quite nicely. But...
Okay. Honestly, I don't know. So hold on. We'll have to think about this. Okay. Well, I'm guessing there's going to be something like that.
Exactly.
Knight h7.
No, it's not the way. Maybe queen h5 then.
So we have to move. And
queen h5.
You want to bring in the queen first, yeah? Okay.
Actually, I wanted to bring the queen there without knight h7. Because here, I don't know.
You wanted to just do queen h5 right away.
Yes. But it's also slightly better for black, so this analysis is getting confusing.
Do you think like bishop f5 is a move here, or is it there's something tactically
could be just a good move. Takes, I go back knight f3. What are you doing?
Yeah. I was
queen d7
making sure I wasn't blundering this knight with some tactic, but it seems pretty...
This one...
there's even g6 if I want, right? I mean, if it's not such a terrible move.
Well, I was about to say it is a terrible move because queen h3 and so on, but he doesn't seem impressed.
Yeah, how do I hold this? Vishy, how do I hold this pawn on h6?
Well, you have to play h5, no?
Because otherwise, like if you're going g4.
Yeah. You play h5.
Yeah.
And then you just develop knight c6, rook c8, I guess. Maybe queen f6 somewhere.
Knight c6, rook c8. But your choice of defending this knight would have been a little bit different. You would have played like what, queen d7? Not well?
No, maybe g6 is okay. For the reason that it showed, yeah?
Yeah. So knight g5, she attacked the pawn. And you know what else is interesting here? So like g6, so she didn't like bishop f5. Was there something wrong, I guess maybe on this diagonal? Like why she didn't like this developing move?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's also quite desirable to get a piece out.
Okay, I take.
Yeah.
Knight takes.
Queen.
Queen
d3.
d3.
And now I have to find a way to protect my knight without getting checkmated.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is I kind of know that I can go for g6, right?
Yeah.
But look at that. G6 is maybe still giving me some sort of a problem. Maybe there's a better way to protect this knight.
Queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah. And then on g4, what am I doing?
Is it h6? No, then you play queen takes f5, but I don't see what else. g4, you have to play h6.
Yeah. And then white is kind of, wait.
Queen takes f5, but it's not much of a pawn, no?
So how do we stay better here?
I don't know. Maybe the line doesn't work simply.
How about f4?
Oof.
Look at that trickiness. And I win the knight with a nice healthy pawn structure. All right, let's go back a little bit.
So you have to play g6 maybe after queen d3.
Queen d3, yeah. But g6 it wasn't in love with, and it wasn't in love with queen f6. So there was like there was something else that it actually liked better than all these moves.
Queen d7?
Yeah, that seems to be it.
And
then on g4,
then h6, yeah.
Then h6. Ah, so putting the queen in f6 is the problem because then there's none of this f4 business.
Ah, right.
That's
so now I go hit g5.
Okay. So, well, that was an option for Tan. She decides to guard
g6,
with g6.
And Vaishali follows up with queen f3.
Queen f3.
So Vaishali is saying if necessary, I can withdraw the knight to h3 and then bring it back to f4.
Yeah. By the way, the engine did not love Vaishali's move queen f3 too much. And right now we have an answer by Tan. What did she do? She played queen to c7. Queen c7. Okay.
Okay, h3 is a mistake because you just go h6 and my knight has run out of squares.
Yeah, the knight is trapped.
Or even f6. But h6 I think is easier. So queen c7, what am I going to play? I can't play g3 because you play f6 and one thing, and the knight has no square.
Yeah, so if I go g3, that's another way of me getting my knight trapped.
Yeah.
I can't go back to h3.
So queen f3 was just inaccurate, right?
But now but queen c7 was apparently inaccurate by black. So now we're back to white having to find a good move.
h4.
Ah, I kind of like that. It's interesting, right? Because it's generally quite useful. But the engine's not into it. Maybe just bishop f5. Is that like?
But
No.
then takes and queen d5. Huh?
Ah, takes and queen d5.
Every bit of every pawn helps.
Yeah. So how am I supposed to be better here as black? Should I just be going knight c6 and threatening knight d4?
You could.
You know, making a little threat of that.
But the computer now thinks white is better. Why?
Yeah, he likes a move here for black more than others, which is a bit mysterious because we've tried like a lot of the normal looking ones. You know which one we haven't tried yet?
Which one?
f6.
Yes.
Is there like a point? Well, actually, f6.
Is the correct move. It seems
You
to
think
keep
so?
well, it seems
No, I didn't play it yet. Yeah, there's no knight h7 and queen h5 because the knight's protecting that pawn, but it doesn't seem impressed by f6. The knight has a nice retreat. So there's kind of some move here that the computer is liking for black. That is a bit mysterious. I mean, the only one, there's knight f5.
Bishop f5 and queen d5, it just develops, right?
Yeah, it just takes maybe.
Queen takes d5. But the
There's some
advantage is dropped a
compensation
bit.
for
So I
black.
don't know. There's something better, obviously.
I
Maybe
think it might be
h5.
h5, yeah.
Keeps a substantial advantage.
Or what about g3?
Knight takes d4?
Oh, I blunder that, yeah. That's the one that we don't want to blunder. Okay, using this pin. Well, what can we say about this position? It actually seems really complicated.
I don't think Vaishali will play h4 here.
You don't think she's going to play h4? But h4,
Who knows? But
it's kind of in the spirit of the whole thing, isn't it? She's trying to attack on the king side.
yes, but h4 doesn't even feel like an attacking move because it's going to take so long for you to reach the other end. Second, what happens after h4, h5?
Yeah, that's the move we didn't try. And it might indeed be the move, right? Yeah, there. I guess the idea of putting the bishop there is quite powerful.
Yes, and then bishop f5 or knight bc6. Black is just developing pieces nicely.
Yeah. I was going to ask you if, like, at some point you get concerned about this knight. You know?
It's not playing a role yet. I wouldn't say I'm concerned now. But queen f3, suddenly after queen c7, I don't know what to do. Why does the computer think white is slightly better?
Well, maybe we need to sack this pawn. Do you think so?
With what, c4? And then just play knight c3.
Knight
But c4,
c3?
you can go knight c6. And you're pushing me around a bit more every time, right?
Yeah, c4 is probably not the problem, right?
No,
It's
it's a huge drop, right?
yeah, it's like we're actually helping black develop. So there's something else here, and I feel like, well, there's no other way to really guard this pawn. We've tried everything, so it means we have to sacrifice it.
Yes. Queen f6 doesn't help. Maybe c4 and knight e4? But I don't believe it, actually.
Is there any way we can finally develop some pieces?
Bishop a3 or what?
I was thinking about that, but you just take an h2 and then you go back with your bishop, and I didn't really see like what we got here as white. So actually, I have to say that Tan's move, like, maybe wasn't the engine's, very favorite move, but it certainly is not giving white an obvious answer. Like, we've been circling around.
Threatening bishop h2 and back, and simply, yeah.
We've tried many options here, and we still haven't, like, figured out what white should be doing.
Sure.
So
and all this is because queen f3. Otherwise, the knight would return comfortably at f3. So.
Yeah, she has an issue with this knight. There's always has to worry about it getting kicked back. But still, do you want to try to find the best move for white here, does she?
Okay, rook e1.
Rook e1, yeah. Okay, she played h4. She did.
Wow, impressive.
There you go. h4 is on the board. So that was one of the things that came to our mind. Unfortunately, it's not that great of a move,
After
right?
h5, what's happening?
At least she gets to keep the knight on g5. That is a bit of a relief.
Yes.
But she's going to have real problems with bishop g4 coming. Feels kind of uncomfortable. Was the move rook e1? Could have been.
That's flat.
It's flat, which is better than all the worst positions that we've had so far,
Sure.
right? Like, and which way do you go? This way, I guess.
H1 land.
And then you come back. Like, why did it's giving up the pawn so amazing, right? It's very difficult actually to go for that. So okay, she played h4, and we're expecting the powerful answer h5, and then we really have to figure out what we're doing about this idea.
Sure. And knight c6 and all, just natural moves by black.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, right now it's looking like tan. If she does find h5, like, she has a chance to maybe come back from yesterday's loss.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Gerechkina, let's take a look. We have some progress after queen a5, bishop e6 was played.
Bishop c4, c6, so the line we were waiting for.
C6,
Then knight f6,
queen takes, rook takes, and
knight f6 check.
Yeah, they're going into it. So now Gerechkina just needs to find king f7. Anna is still in her preparation, but it looks like her preparation is not going to be enough to win the game today. Shall we take a look at Humpy versus Logno? So Humpy actually has a big time advantage.
And she's gone and taken that pawn. So they're saying that she believes that black is absolutely fine.
Yeah, so we actually had a Rogozin on the board with the not super popular.
That's why a3, that's why knight f3 was pre-committed, right?
Right, so she went for this, c5.
a4 seems just a bit relaxed.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. So that was her preparation, I guess. Knight e4, e3, so she's offering up the c3 pawn. And actually, Logno did take it, which is going to cost her a lot of time, like with her knight.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now if I just take on d5 and c5, you're playing what? Queen f8 check takes c5?
So you're saying if I take on d5, yeah?
You take.
And then you want to take again.
Or I want to go bishop b5 check.
Maybe bishop b5 checks and then take.
Because I've spent a tempo defending that pawn, so might as well use it, right?
Yeah, so your basic point is like on this,
you
take, and at the moment, white is up a pawn. No, actually, white is
no, white is even.
White is even.
Black would normally have taken the c5 pawn, but here he can't because the bishop's in the way.
Yeah. So what's going on here with like queen a5? I guess you just go bishop d2 and you're quite
d2,
quite
queen d2
satisfied.
Must be,
with this type of
plus
endgame.
equalish, as they say.
So knight e4 is on the board. What other moves does Humpy have? So she sacrificed a pawn. I mean, she could. So basically, queen a5 is the problem, right? Like if you go bishop
a4
d3,
suddenly feels like a strange move here, but maybe it's being suggested by the computer because today we have two people playing a4 in the same approximate structure. So maybe it's a computer idea that has come up. I don't know.
So let's say Humpy takes.
He takes.
He takes is the normal move.
It's forced, I think.
Yeah.
And then we want to take on. We're going to give a check and then take on.
Yeah, if you take
c5.
right away, the problem is the queen comes out
check,
and you get that pawn. By the way, Humpy is taking on d5. Okay. So this move is on the board.
E takes d5.
There's really not great alternatives to that, right?
We didn't see any.
Queen a5.
Yeah, and then bishop d2.
If I take.
I take with the queen.
And then.
Queen takes, king takes, e takes d5, and then d takes e5.
Yeah, and this is kind of a dream for white.
Yes, it is very pleasant. White has the pieces in good squares and just everything ready to come and...
Okay, so knight e4, cd5. So we're thinking, ed5 and then the check. Is there some better way for black to be defending this? Maybe knight d7?
D takes c5?
Yeah, that DC5. So then what was I thinking? Okay, so she took back with the E pawn.
Yeah, and now check, we expect.
Mhm. What if I actually just castle here?
Bishop A3?
Okay, you're desperately trying to hold on to this pawn. Maybe a
I mean,
check
I could go
will
C6
bother
for
you.
example. Yeah, sorry?
Maybe a check will
Mm-hmm.
bother you at some
I
point.
can't go to E2 because you have knight C3. I can't go to D1 for the same reason. I think knight D2 and all seems a bit
You know what?
artificial, yeah.
Uh-huh. I also feel like somewhere A6 could be interesting.
Okay, bishop D3.
And then knight
Bishop-
C5.
Okay, bishop
Do I
takes
have that?
C5.
Yeah. See that. Okay. Let's try, I don't know, queen A5.
King E2. But then you have knight C3 check and take on B5. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. So I guess knight D2.
seems so. Or king F1, but it looks
Yeah.
strange already, right?
Well, we have even material. Black is like trying to create some problems for this pawn.
Yeah.
That's
But
what's
for the
going
moment,
on.
you can't even take on D2. So I can play knight E5 maybe.
Knight E5, yeah?
Yeah.
You just kind of want to go for bishop F5 ideas.
Yes, and exploit the fact that you can't castle because
Uh-huh.
D2 is kind of
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, it seems like the position is actually still pretty balanced here.
Mhm.
And nothing is really fixed. No one's advantage is fixed. So we're going to have to see how this goes. In terms of the open section, we do have some developments. Let's just take a quick look at Abasov versus Caruana.
Yeah.
And Caruana did play our
Okay, E5 and idea.
yeah, and they went down this path that we were analyzing, knight G4, king E1, knight E5, bishop E2. So Caruana actually has a very comfortable
We
position.
think, and in fact, Abbasov's idea was not F4.
Ah, right. Oh, that's the thing. He did not.
He did not go for this F4
Yes,
move
he
that
didn't
we
make
thought
this
was.
decision to sacrifice the exchange, which was kind of a really cool justification of this whole concept, right?
Yes.
With like getting
And
the
knight
knight back.
F3 and
yeah.
claiming that you have very good compensation.
Yeah, because he went for the quite sad king E1, and then once black regains the pawn with a
It's
tempo,
just about equal, right?
but it's
If
like,
at all.
yeah, I mean, I would feel kind of miserable here as white. This is not the bishop pair that I believe in.
It's not the bishop pair with the Hikaru was referring
Yeah, I
to,
don't know if
think.
this is the two Bs that Hikaru would like to have.
Yeah.
Like, you know, these pawns are a bit weak. Like, you know, this is something where Bobby could press. I mean, I don't know, bishop E6, right?
It
Or
seems
which
to me
one?
he has a free roll, right?
Yeah.
There's a good free chance to torture white and see where this goes.
Which of these two squares do you like for the bishop?
I think you should go F5.
Okay. All right. I guess, did the engine like bishop E6 more? Oh, they're about equal. Maybe.
Bishop E6, what do I play? F4?
I guess the only other alternative is rook D8, right? Maybe that was it.
But then knight F3?
Rook D8, knight F3. Yeah.
Now you take with a pawn. That might be better for white.
Right.
Not
so I don't
enormously,
think I
but-
want to take. I guess I want to.
If knight D3,
I want to take your light squared
then
bishop.
take.
Yeah.
Can I go knight D4? I mean, trapping your rook. But you just go B6, maybe.
Well, let's make sure you really are trapping my rook. Are you really trapping it? Are you
Let's go B6.
B6? Okay.
That way you threaten bishop A6 and there's
Yeah.
no king E2 ever.
Interesting. But were you really trapping this rook, Vishy?
I'd have to say no, but let's see. Rook takes C3.
Let's just try it.
And if king D2, you go rook C5 or something.
Yeah, I've escaped
Yes.
with my extra pawn. So rook d8 is, I guess, another thing that he could think about, right? But I mean, I have to say that the bishop moves are more natural, but the rook move, okay, it's interesting to try to get the rook to d3. So if bishop f5, right? What are we going to do? Knight f3?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably we need to get the pieces out.
And then is it knight d3 check?
Yeah.
Or is it knight f3 and bring rook to d8 and knight d7 and so on?
But I think I like your idea of GF though. And then I'm gonna fight for that bishop pair.
Right.
With e4 and like at least not suffer too much as white.
Let me go knight d7.
Right here. And we're definitely playing this move. Well, I probably had some other moves. Like I guess I can also look at this.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's still quite interesting. Yeah, like even castle's queen side is kind of
Bold, yeah.
kind of interesting, right? I mean, I know you'll shut me down with like c5 at some. Why can't I make this move, Vishy?
Because the computer disapproves of your attacking move, Irina.
But it's weird, right? I literally cannot play it. Why? Has my king moved already?
Yes, king d1. It took a while, I admit. It took a while.
Okay. And my king has moved in this game. All right, that's why I can't cast the queen side. All right. Then in that case, I'm not so sure like about putting the bishop there.
The two bishops might be no big deal here because you can't castle.
Maybe in that case.
In fact, it's exactly like the Berlin. Black gets the two bishops, but he can't castle.
Yeah, I mean, probably I'd be going for this position, trying to put the bishop somewhere here. But in terms of like maybe black going the other way and not taking the knight, I mean, what's happening in this position?
Also, I don't really see what's wrong with this, right?
For whom?
For black.
It's only, I think, a question of like where we want to try to be better. Black.
Yeah, because if I can play bishop a6, I mean, you push me there, but then I can play b6, c5, and I shut down your bishop a little bit. And I can develop my knight very naturally.
So we actually should not be taking this knight.
Maybe you shouldn't even be playing knight f3. Maybe you need to play f3 with the threat of e4.
I thought about that, but then, okay, knight d3.
I mean, take, and I thought knight h3 or something. But your knight will come to d7 and e5, and it's also very unpleasant. Yeah. So this is not nice because if knight f4, I'll go bishop z4 and I'm very comfy there.
Okay, is Fabi ready to make a decision?
Yeah.
So on the board, we have this position. Well, what can we say about it? Fabi has had a wonderful opening.
I feel that Fabi is slightly better and he has good chances to outplay Abbasov here. I mean, Abbasov really made a mistake in this one. So
let's take a look at Firouzja versus Nepo. That one also had a change in the pawn structure.
Oh, he just went rook e1, h6, e4, bishop h7.
Bishop h7, then he went here, which is typical. In these positions, I guess we play against that bishop. We try to say that it's not very good.
Yeah, so take, knight d7. He went bishop b2, and after d4, how would you evaluate this position?
Yes, that's a great question, right? Well, I mean, first of all,
that bishop is still lousy on h7.
Yeah, this bishop is not great. This bishop is not great. I guess in a way, black would probably like to play this move. So we have to get going with f4.
But I play e5?
Yeah, and then maybe I really, well, think about playing f5.
And effectively trap that bishop.
Yeah, I want to try that. I mean, I feel like, okay, we have to go for this space. Let's go for that. And I think Firouzja is doing a great job, actually, of creating a game. Like this one, once you're in this pawn structure, the game is sort of, you cannot shut it down, right? There's no way to trade off all the pieces.
Right.
Yeah, so this is great job by Firouzja. So f4.
I think e5. In fact, I wonder if instead of f4, white could have played e5.
That's
because your knight has started out on d7, so it's not that effective.
So you're thinking with this move right away. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, open up this bishop. Try to get that square for the knight. Well, okay, queen c7.
I don't know if knight c4 or f4. Knight c4, you might even sack the exchange with b5.
So let's go f4.
F4.
And pretty interesting too. Yeah, this is the way white has really taken the space. What's our long-term plan for making that bishop better?
Normally, you'd involve f6 in some way and roll back, but here f6 is discouraged by e5.
Okay, and what should black be doing?
I don't know. I like white already. I think black is slightly without a plan.
Because, I mean, you'd like to play f6 in a way, but that creates its own
Weaknesses, right?
Yeah. On the other hand, black doesn't really have such bad pieces.
But which square are you aspiring to? Knight b6, d5 maybe?
Yeah, let's aspire to something. Yeah.
I think if white had played c4 already, then this would be really nice for white, because black would be missing that d5 square. But what can white do instead now? Maybe you can go bishop e4 and try to offer that bishop in exchange.
I don't know. I think I'll take. I don't know. Do you think so? You think like we want to trade these bishops? Because I feel like if I take.
Yeah. But what do I do? I don't want to capture with the d pawn. And if I play knight e4, it's a big deal.
Maybe knight
You have some nice
d4.
pawns. Yeah, okay. Knight d5.
Knight d5 and maybe a4.
Okay, b6.
Yeah, you want to like eventually play 6 b5, but maybe I gained a little bit of time to think about that.
Sure.
But it's not obvious, is it?
No.
What? Knight b6 is a good option for black. So Firouzja has actually a very big decision to make here, like push this pawn or not, right?
What about f4, queen c7, e5? So after f4, you have to play e5, I think.
That would transpose though, right?
Yes. If queen c7, e5, it says white is better, so...
No, that's the
moment
transposition to the...
I know. So that means both positions are better, is what I was saying.
Ah, right.
So it would imply that if you go... I think you have to play e5, yeah.
For black.
Yes. Because white plays f5, I can either get the bishop out of the pawn chain, bishop g4, or I can just play f6 and rotate the bishop to g8 and f7. It's equally hard for you to attack, right? Actually, hang on, e5, f5, you can't play f6, right? Because I go knight f3, h4, and then I might land on, or even, and then bishop f3, h5. I might be able to keep some pieces waiting there.
Bishop g5 is apparently bad.
Because of h4.
Oh, maybe we just go for that, right? And we say, okay, your check here is not so dangerous because...
Bishop takes e3, yeah, bishop e3, and now b5. But I have knight f1. I mean, I can change the bishop, lose it. So...
Yeah, this bishop's actually kind of trapped, right? So
yes.
The attempt to improve the bishop wasn't that good, but apparently the computer is okay with black's position here.
Maybe b5?
b5, wow. I mean, you know, it visually looks a lot nicer for white, doesn't it? Like with this pawn being here.
Sure. And I think Firouzja is willing to accept any kind of risk in these ways.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would be like pretty comfortable with white if I got my pawn to f5. Do you think there's any, like, this move looks crazy? Yeah, no.
I think because it is.
It is crazy. Yes. Yeah, there's no way I could play like that. I was trying to see if, like, I could, you know, provoke you to play g4 and, like, maybe then the dark squares would be a little bit weaker, but...
I think I can go rook f1 if I want.
Yeah. It's just the problem is, like, every time I take, I give you this square.
Correct. The e4 square becomes available to white, and then that's quite nice.
So...
but this is going to be a fun game as well, I think.
I think so. I think it's so many interesting questions about pawn structure already, like for white to figure out. So there's this, and those are sort of the main ones that white has, right? I mean, are there other things that white could do? Like, I mean, is there some sort of any point to move like a4?
a4 might be good because you're shutting down things on the queen side. But on the other hand, if I can play e5 here, you'll play f4 right away, yeah?
Yeah.
Because, like, what else?
Right. It's actually interesting. Like, the computer sees some point in this a4 move, prophylactic kind of move. Not the first one that comes to mind, right? It's like you're definitely more interested in playing on the king side.
I don't need the f pawn to advance e5, but maybe I just play e5 anyway.
Like, where, Rishi?
e5 here?
Right here.
Yeah, instead of f4, that option was there.
Yeah. So the issue with that was that it was like giving up this square and it was making things. There's also some other move here that the computer likes more for black, which we can try to figure out.
Is it rook b8?
To try to go b5.
No, b5, I'll go a4 and you can't play a6, so you'll be forced to shut down b5.
Maybe we can try this, try to play b5. Yeah, there we go. He does like that.
He's given you a tenth of a pawn more.
Yeah, well, you know, we're going for that accuracy. So e5 is probably, according to the computer, like a bit premature.
Yeah.
Right? So probably Firouzja needs to hold back with that a little bit.
Okay, while the games are developing,
yeah.
Did you have a chance to catch the FIDE torch relay yesterday?
No, I haven't, Vishy, but maybe you can tell us about it.
Sure. So, as you know, the torch relay starts in India. This year, we moved it to Delhi. It was in Chennai, but this year it happened in Delhi. So, kind of the torch is moving around.
Is that the Olympiad torch? Is
Yes.
that what we're talking about? Okay,
Exactly.
because this year is an Olympiad year. We got the Olympiad in Budapest in September.
Correct.
Okay.
And also, by the way, it's FIDE's 100th anniversary.
Nice.
So 1924, 2024. And so the torch then went to Accra in Ghana, Switzerland, and has now come to Toronto.
And is there some particular reason that's the path of the torch? Like what is the link to like Accra and then Switzerland?
Asia, Africa, Europe, North America. And then the torch was passed to the president of the Americas, Jose Carrillo. He's going to take it to Colombia, so South America.
Nice.
And then it will perhaps go to Oceania.
Wow.
So, you know, we are going to be visiting, the torch is going to be traveling quite a bit. Perhaps we have some footage of the torch relay.
Hopefully.
Yes.
We are here in the Nathan Phillips Square in Canada, Toronto, on what happens to be one of the colder days, but there's a very good reason that we're here. To celebrate FIDE's birthday with the continuation of the torch relay. The torch has traveled the whole world, starting in India, traveling to Ghana, then Switzerland, and now, of course, Canada, where the 2024 candidates will be held. We will be having a special ceremony with Canadian Chess Federation President Vlad Drakulic, receiving the torch from Vishy Anand and Dana Orzola from FIDE. From here, the torch will travel to Colombia. Around as we will be having some fun blitz games with Vishy Anand, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and just braving this weather for a good time. Nima, tell us what is going on here today.
Today we're at Nathan Phillips Square where we just did the torch relay, and now we're going to have two world champions play some chess. It's really great that the candidates are in Toronto. I think it's the very first time that a major chess tournament has actually really been in Canada, and it's a sign that chess is growing here.
It's a great historic occasion. We all knew that FIDE was founded in 1924, and you know, before you realize it, the 100th anniversary has rolled along. But chess is poised in a very exciting phase where it's growing in all continents, and that's why I think it's particularly relevant to have these ceremonies. And I think the torch represents that chess is spreading to every continent.
And what do you wish to see for FIDE and chess in the next 100 years?
For the next 5 or 10 years, I would like to see chess just becoming more established everywhere, more popular, bigger tournaments, but mostly more and more people participating, people from every continent, and especially more women taking part in the game.
Let's do a bird's eye view of the open section before we go on our break. So we have a lot of really interesting positions today, Vishy. Which one of these 4 do you think has the best chance to finish in a decisive result?
I'm beginning to like Fabi's chances. It's very far to say that he's better, but rook d8, maybe the knight comes to d3. This could turn around fast. Alireza against Firuzha against Nepo is probably going to end up being closed. And bishop on h7 is slightly out of the game. In order to bring it back, you have to create even more weaknesses. But I don't know that that's necessarily going to lead to a decisive result. There's a lot of tension in the center of Vidit and Naka.
Yeah.
Because white can't move that knight because it allows d5, but black can't play d5 because e5 is attacked, and they're just coiled there.
Yeah.
That's going to be very, very interesting as well. Let's see how Hikaru and Vidit deal with that. I think Pragnananda Gukesh should be pretty defensible.
Okay, how about this question? How many decisive games do you predict for the open section based on these positions?
Based on these, I would say 1.
I would say 1. Okay, great. That means we can have I can have a different opinion. I'm going to say at least 2. I'm very excited for today. Yeah, I think at least 2. I mean, honestly, even 3 decisive games for today would not shock me. But let's go with a conservative 2. And I do think, I don't know, Firuzha Nepo has a great chance to blow up into something at some point. I mean, Gukesh Prague, nothing's really happening yet, but we'll just have to see more of that game. Same thing for Vidit versus Hikaru. And let's do a bird's eye view of the women's games. What do we have here? I mean, at some point we need to take a look at Lei versus Salimova, because our evaluation of that is going to be very move by move, right? Do you have any sense of what's going on in that position, Vishy?
I cannot see what's wrong with knight d7, e takes d6, and knight dc5 and recapture on d6. I also cannot see what's wrong with d takes e5, queen takes d8, knight d8, though it's possible that white has a little bit of space there. So I don't know yet, honestly.
Yeah, it feels like the women's games are a bit quieter today in general than the open games. But we'll see. Actually, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we're going to have a special guest for you guys. So stay tuned for that.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
Visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
I'm very excited to introduce our special guest for this next portion of the show, the 14th World Chess Champion, Alexandra Kostenjuk. Alexandra is someone that I've known for a very long time. Probably since, I was thinking back how long we've known each other, probably since 96?
95.
95?
In San Lorenzo, I think.
Oh, wow, you played that one, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
I think you won against me.
Okay, see, I don't remember. I don't have any memory of that, but okay, 95. Wow,
yeah.
So far back we go. And well, you're here in Toronto, Alexandra. Tell us a little bit about your activities here. How long you've been here, how long you plan to stay, and like what you've been doing here.
Well, actually, I'm here completely as a chess tourist, you know, since my husband, Grandmaster Pavel Trugubov, he's the tournament director, so he's taking care of many things, and I didn't feel like leaving him with all those numerous tasks for 1 month. That's why I decided to come, just to be with him, because, okay, my daily life doesn't really change. I can work at home whenever I am located. And I decided to pass by. I've never been to Canada before, so it's my first time ever. And I thought that it's a very good excuse to visit the country, especially when, you know, people think that chess players, they travel so much, they see so much. But when you're in a tournament, you don't see anything. It's like hotel, tournament hall, hotel. That's it. And here I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I'm not playing. I'm really enjoying the city. It's very diverse. I had no clue what to expect. I can't say that I've seen many things up to the moment, but from what I've seen, I like it a lot. It's a mixture of many things. And I do enjoy the tournament. Of course, I follow the games, so like every day. I'm making recaps for the women's tournament in Russian.
Where can people find your recaps?
It's on Levitov Chess. So they're doing like great recaps daily about the men's tournament. But this time they also asked me to do recaps about the women's tournament, and I'm very happy to do so, because I'm always, I kind of regret that women's chess are not on the spot, and people tend to follow more closely men's chess. I don't understand why. It's same pieces, same same chess, and same mistakes even. So no, I think, no, we need to talk about women's chess more. And if I have a chance here, I take part in some side events. There are different side events, of course. And
so one of the side events that you've been involved in recently is the FIDE torch relay in Bern, Switzerland. We showed the footage from the event in Toronto, but like about a week earlier, it happened in Bern. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Right, well, this year is a special year because FIDE, the International Chess Federation, celebrates its 100th anniversary. It was founded in Paris in 1924 on July 20th. That's why we celebrate the International Chess Day on July 20th every year. And it was a big event at that time, some chess tournament, and somehow, representative of different federations united and decided to establish the International Chess Federation. So that's why July this year marks 100 years, and there are several events that included in this 100 years anniversary. I've heard that there is going to be a Guinness record, World Guinness record, simultaneous boards played. I'm not sure where it's going to take place, but I suppose soon we're going to find out. And also this FIDE torch relays, they are taking place. I know that there was one in India, then, if I'm not mistaken, in Ghana. And now Switzerland also took part. And since now I'm playing for Switzerland, I'm very proud that they decided to host this FIDE torch relay. Yesterday it was Toronto, and I believe the torch is now traveling further to Quebec or somewhere. So like there are gonna be many FIDE torch relays events, and I happen to be near two of them. In Switzerland, I was giving a simultaneous exhibition with Cloak.
And let's actually show that video from Bern.
FIDE in one word, global. The celebration of FIDE 100 years anniversary, it is acknowledging the past, it is celebrating the current days and planning for the future.
We have such a good vibe in all these speeches, in the preparation. We have all the big names from chess. It's great.
It was a lot of excitement, it was kids playing chess on the streets, it was a lot of sun, a lot of fire, people enjoying the torch ceremony, us celebrating a special stamp that was issued by the Swiss Post. I think with all the activities we bring chess once again beyond the borders of the small and beautiful chess world.
That looks like it was a beautiful day of chess
Indeed.
festivities.
Indeed, there was a lot of chess, and that's what I like the most, that when we have side events, they also should be somehow give a possibility to play chess, to enjoy chess, and that was very nice, I think, from many sides.
All right, let's jump into the games. Let's go to the game between one of the leaders of the women's section. She's playing with the black pieces against Vaishali today. We last saw this position around here where white played h4. We were actually expecting black to play this move h5, which we eventually figured out was the engine's favorite move. But Tan decided to develop first. Bishop a3 happened. Kind of interesting. Could she not? Oh, there's some threats of knight d4 on the board, right? So that's why, pushing the pawn would run into this. So she decided to deal with that problem in a tactical way by developing this bishop. Now this tactic doesn't work because eventually, you'll lose this bishop on d6. So then king g7 happened. I don't know, maybe a little bit of a surprising move for black. Rook e1, and then she caught on to this h5 idea. So this is our current position, Alexandra, and I guess black wants to play bishop g4 at some point.
Right, yeah. Well, it was my pet line, one of my pet lines. I play the Alapin quite a lot nowadays. Well, because most of the games that I play nowadays are online games.
Yeah.
And in 4c5, c3, it's definitely been one of my main weapons. But it transposed to some kind of French defense, right? Although the structure is okay, it's rather interesting, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the moves white made, because they kind of in different directions, right? The bishop on c1, I think, was perfectly fine on c1 because it was looking like into this king's side, and now it's away. Was it a good idea to exchange it? Try to exchange it? I'm also not sure. And definitely bishop g4 now is a very unpleasant idea. Although I'm surprised a little bit to see that black didn't play h6 first, just to push this knight away. I'm not sure if it was possible or not, because if knight h3 is the only move, maybe it's not that bad to push it away to h3. That's okay. I see also the point why not to include it, because maybe black considers this knight to be rather useless. It looks very beautiful placed on g5, but it doesn't create any particular threats. Although, okay, the f7 pawn is under attack, right?
Yesterday, were you surprised when Tan decided to not take the threefold repetition? I mean, it was an unusual, very fighting decision on her part that backfired. I mean, what did you think about that? Does that kind of go with what you know about her as a chess player, that she's very uncompromising, or?
That was rather surprising. Probably she overestimated her position. Sometimes we tend to, evaluate positions emotionally rather than mathematically, I would say. And probably, she thought that she has a big advantage for some reason, right? And she felt like she has to play on. And of course, that kind of pushes, I think, the momentum, the pendulum towards Lei. I mean, Lei had such a hard start of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, she got so lucky. I think in 2 games she was completely lost completely. It was Anna Muzachuk, what happened in the end game, it's just incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Rook d5, just unbelievable luck.
Right,
and
then
Lagno, okay, the position was more complex, and at the beginning Lei had an advantage, but then she made it slip away, and then, but still, like, she could have easily scored 0 out of 2, right, instead of 1 out of 2 in those games. And then she survived this hard moment, and she started scoring. I mean, she started winning game after game, and I think this Lei-Tan encounter yesterday was definitely the crucial game of the second round. We'll see how it goes, of course, but now it seems that Lei might become unstoppable. Suddenly, I mean, we looked at Tan, we looked at Goryachkina, of course, right? We considered Katerina Lagno, but Lei, after her slow start, after her defeat, lost in the first round, and very, very difficult games she managed to survive. Now she's back. She's back and in full swing. Well,
so you feel like out of these 3 players, Lei, Tan, and Goryachkina, you feel like maybe Lei has the wind blowing in her sail at this point?
It feels so, yeah. Of course, it might change any moment, but okay. But yeah, for the moment, you feel this energy. Sometimes it's more about the momentum. It's not about chess, but about this this wind that kind of helps you, because you need this extra help. And how else can you explain that? Okay, Salimova is a very solid player, and suddenly she goes to this dubious Philidor defense opening. Again, nowadays anything can be played. The modern engines, they always give 0-0-0 evaluation, but for human for human perspective, it just gives so much chances. Extra chances, because the position becomes very complicated, and it's one inaccurate move and immediately it's a big advantage for white. So probably, I mean, knight d7 looks very strange, right?
So apparently this was the mistake that Nurgul played. Guess she could have taken this pawn.
But I was surprised to see that white pushed e5 immediately. It didn't feel like she had to know, but bishop e3 instead. like trying to develop maybe to castle to prepare alongside castle.
So you're not afraid of like maybe this G4 pawn or maybe even
hanging,
pushing,
right?
maybe
she had
we
to do something.
actually
about
it's
that.
interesting to see if we could get away with pushing it. So yeah, I agree that this move is kind of weird because you're basically trading off your space advantage, and you have to be very confident this move is like giving you some sort of benefit, right? So it's true that's definitely a strange move by Lei, but it seems to go kind of unpunished because then this knight d7 move, she does get the pawn back, but apparently white is just better because white is preparing to castle queenside, and then she basically has everything poised for an attack on the king.
Yeah, exactly. And knight d7, starting complications, what's difficult about those calculations that in chess you sometimes just have to feel, to understand what is the right moment to like start calculating and start those complications, and when the moment is not right. Yeah, so mouse decided not to.
Yeah, look at that. The mouse decided to take a nap. It doesn't want to let me play any moves
That's
at all.
okay. We can enjoy the position, the card
Yeah,
position.
maybe we can call our producers to help us out with the mouse while we just discuss this position, without moving the pieces. But so Salimova, she played bishop e7 in order to prevent white from castling queenside. So that was the point. And Lei just played g5. So very natural move. She's got that pawn defended 4 times against 4 attackers, so there's no sacrifice there. Definitely, both kings are still in the center, which is interesting. And castling kingside for black is not going to feel comfortable.
Yeah, it's not an option, but how to castle queenside, whether it's an option here as well, because as soon as black plays, let's say bishop d7 or moves the queen away from the d file, white is gonna castle herself, right? Alongside castle, and then black might need a few more moves to prepare alongside castle, and even if she does castle alongside, then knight e5, knight f7. The f7 squares will become pretty weak,
and what is she doing in this position? She just played the move queen d6.
Okay, yeah, that's why, right? She doesn't want to leave the d file. She doesn't want to let white castle immediately, but I believe queen d6 has its drawbacks. Let's see.
You know what's interesting, Alexandra? Like, I'm just looking at the move rook d1.
Okay.
And then what if I go king d2?
And then king c1, right? Artificial castle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's called this in English. How do you call it? In Russian, we call it artificial castle.
Yeah, because obviously black wants to play bishop d7 and castle queenside herself, right? But if we go rook d1, it's not like the black queen has a lot of squares, and she probably has to go back to c7. And then, king d2, honestly, doesn't look that stupid to me, but there's stuff you have to deal with like knight f4, maybe you got to take a look at knight f4, queen c4. It seems okay for white.
Yeah.
So do you think, there's any chance we could see this absolutely crazy king walk into d2 in this game?
I'm not sure, white really, has to castle at all cost. So rook d1 is definitely the move to consider, but after queen c7, you can try something else. You can keep the king on the board, so you can try to improve the position, or maybe try to highlight some problems of the black pieces.
Like maybe you want to look at moves like g6?
Yeah, well, g6, I just told you about the f7 being the weakest spotted now. After g6, f6, I kind of... before I was considering.
Okay, interesting. Want to kick the knight. All right, Alexandra, but here's the moment of truth.
Right.
We're going to put this move onto the board and see if the computer engine drops down or not. So let's see. All right.
Not bad.
Not too bad. It's a viable move. It still leaves white with some sort of advantage. It's not the computer's favorite, but it's not drastically terrible either for white. So that would be quite funny. And it reminds me of Salimova's own move against Humpy Canero, king f2, king e1, right? It would be a funny flashback to that game. But in terms of the best move here for white, yeah, I guess we probably should take a look and see if this, you know, can
This one,
can work, but it doesn't.
It does weaken the black squares.
Yeah. So what could be like the computer's favorite here?
Knight d4 is also an option.
Mm-hmm. Knight d4, you want to try to get to like f5, or you want to try to improve your bishop. Yeah, interesting as well. So basically, we like Lei's chances here.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, you're not really in love with the way Salimova decided to experiment in the opening.
Yeah, it feels like, again, sometimes when we talk about luck or being lucky in the tournament, it's also about like what players you play in what order and what openings they choose. Because why, for example, Salimova decided to play this Philidor defense? It's, by the way, it's her 4th opening in the tournament with the black pieces, which is pretty impressive.
Oh, she's been moving around from
E5
so
she
to
played two Petrov
Caracan.
defense at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Then probably looking at the Jan Nepomniachtchi games and how he's suffering there. She got scared or didn't feel as comfortable for some reason, and she switched back to her like pet opening, the Caracan defense. And then she played this rare line in the Ruy Lopez with knight g2 e7. And now, yeah, it's opening number 4. It seems to be a trend nowadays that basically players, I don't know, it seems like they prepare one opening for each game. You know, they have, I don't know, 7 white games, 7 black games, especially for the black games. And they just, okay, no problem, I will prepare 7 openings and we'll just use them. But it's such a big amount of work. And sometimes it's not only about memorizing all those opening lines.
You have to have a feel for them.
Exactly, where pieces move, how they move, where to start those complications. And like mastering those openings usually takes years and years of practice. And yeah, nowadays players seem to be more confident about their skills of mastering an opening rather fast, like in a few months. And go and use it, play it out in a very important event.
Yeah. Let's take a look at actually the game between Muzichuk and Garyachkina. Also is quite important for the standings. We saw Anna coming with some opening preparation that she blitzed out pretty quickly, and Garyachkina taking more time. But in terms of the evaluation on the board, doesn't seem like Garyachkina has really caught in anything. Right now, actually, she wants to take Anna's bishop.
Not bad, not a bad idea at all.
So then the question is, what is white doing? Are we just giving up the bishop here and grabbing more pawns? It actually seems quite possible that that's what we want to do, right? Because it seems to be an important pawn for us to take. So maybe we try that, give up the bishop and go rook. Wow, the engine does not like taking this pawn. Why? Actually,
because knight d6.
Knight d6, and then
and all your pawns on the king side will eventually be lost.
Wow, so we might even be losing this, and it kind of helps that black has 2 of these guys, doesn't it?
1 is enough.
Yeah, so it's like right here, black could actually be better. So how do we accurately then proceed in this position?
Well,
so knight d6 is not really the threat yet. We just have to not take on b7. Do you think it's something funny, like using the king?
They say that the king is important in that games.
Like king g2. Wow. And that's how the balance is held with white's 3 pawns on the king side against the knight, just because the knight can't really improve. So the computer engine considers this equal. Wow, but that's not what she's going for. She actually went for this one. Is this also good enough to keep the balance? Not
well,
perfect.
Maybe. I mean, we should understand that the val bar that we're seeing, it's like, I don't know, death 25, which is definitely. I'm sure that the players have checked those lines with much stronger engines, and I'm sure that Anna analyzed this endgame, and she knows like there are several ways, and probably at some point she started to pick like the safest one, because like bishop takes g6, king takes g6, king g2 seemed quite an an interesting alternative, but it's double-edged. If one day like the knight will jump out to d6 and all those pawns.
Yeah, this also seems quite okay for white. Yeah, the engine sort of calmed down after considering this for a bit. So we have white has 2 pawns so far for the knight.
Which is not enough, but c6 and c5 pawns will be lost soon, I believe, because this pin is pretty unpleasant, and the rook, black's rook, is stuck for the moment on every fate. So king g7 should be played, or king g8. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, it's interesting. Should we try to get out of the pin or not? Right. I mean, I guess if king g7, can we just go and try to pick up more of the pawns? Can we try to
I think
go rook
white
c7?
should, but I'm not sure in what order exactly, because if rook c7 you play, rook a8 becomes possible, and
if I take, I mean, it's interesting. So you can take this one and then make the claim. I don't know. Is this 1 pawn enough? I guess it's not. Yeah, because we can just trade off at some point with f5.
It feels that white has to be more careful than black here, and I don't really like this situation. Because, well, if black manages somehow to king g8 she played, okay, that's also quite reasonable. She's unpinning her knight, and she's protecting the knight with the king, and she releases her rook and the knight as well. Yeah, knight d6, knight f5 is so white has to be very, very careful.
Yeah, so actually Anna's preparation didn't really yield her like an amazing chance here, because in the end, like, she's the one who has to be careful not to lose this position. Black is risking, it looks like, nothing at all.
Yeah.
Right. And well, what do you make of Geryachkina's performance so far? I mean, she's kind of a favorite in any, I think, of the events that she plays, right? Her games have not been like, super exciting in this tournament, right?
Never are, I think, her games. She's very solid. She's been very solid, and like she took all the chances she, got. Sometimes, like when I look at Alexandra's game, we always like expect a good performance, a solid performance. But sometimes, in order to win a tournament, you need more than that, and you need this fire, this luck, this, the sparkle. And Alexandra is not the one who is going to, try to create sort of complications, even if she needs to. She stays true to herself, well, according to my knowledge of her, and well, most of the time it's enough to show a very good performance, to win good solid games. But again, here just one place counts, right? So just one, there is just one winner. Whether it's going to be enough for her to like win the tournament, I'm not sure, and we'll see. I mean, as spectators nowadays, I think we just hope that everything will be decided in the very last moment. Hopefully, the tie break. So
you would like to see a tie break?
I would love to, of course, and I would love to, but it's going to be pretty stressful.
Who do you think has been bringing sort of the fire in the women's section?
Well, Tan was very lucky after her pretty impressive start.
Yeah.
She got really lucky in some of the games.
Against Logno, right? That was one of the big ones.
Well,
that was the big one,
Queen d7, a4, c2, b2 maneuver kind of was something that she was not supposed to survive, but nevertheless she did. And, well, I mean, I can't say that I know her pretty well, but of course I've played quite a few games against her. She plays fast usually. Almost all the top Chinese players, they have a great knowledge, theoretical knowledge, like they work a lot on that. So basically she can play many openings. And here she demonstrated a very good, I think, opening preparation in terms of, connecting an opening with middle game, which is sometimes lacking.
Right.
But she knows what to do. I mean, for example, with Vaishali, she played, some kind of a collie opening or something, but then suddenly she knew where to go with the pieces. So she was playing very fast in their first encounter. And she managed to win so convincingly, right? So easily, it seemed. And yeah, she's definitely the player who knows how to play fast and to win convincingly, but at the same time, she can collapse suddenly, like very easily. And so she lacks this kind of consistency. If we compare her, for example, to Goryachkina, opposite players, completely opposite players. Like Goryachkina, she's always so solid. She won't create any fires. There won't be any ups and downs. Her games will not be, entertaining. But like steadily, little by little, she will get.
Let me ask you: out of all the players in this year's candidates, who do you think of them has the style that is most similar to you?
Probably Tan, in a way, yeah, I think so. Because, Goryachkina, Lagno, Salimova, Muzachuk, definitely not. Those are very, solid players. Lei, she's more universal. I can't really say that I know her a lot. I've played just 3-4 games against her just because she's younger, and then this COVID pandemic just stopped, most of the Chinese players of competing. Was it F6? Wow.
Well, we actually see Tan doing quite well after her loss to Lei yesterday. I mean, she seems to be having a good chance to make a comeback in this game.
Definitely. Well, Vaishali, something, she was struggling. I got this feeling, it seemed to me that she was struggling from the beginning with time management. Then there was some kind of comeback in terms of, but then it just got back to where it started with the struggles. I don't know why. I mean, it's very difficult, to analyze, because we don't know all the insights, right? We don't know how are the things going, how is she feeling. I mean, there are so many behind the scene events that are taking place throughout the tournament, but definitely she has not been showing her best in this event.
How about Salimova? Do you feel like in general her debut at the candidates has gone pretty well? I mean, she's only on a -1 score, and she lost 2 games to Vaishali that she didn't really have to lose, and also to Goryachkina. And other than that, she's been quite solid, do you think?
Yeah, quite solid. Well, she is a very solid player. Again, out of those 2 games that I've played against her, she likes to play it calm. No, she's not. She's similar to Goryachkina in a way. I must say, we don't know a lot about her because, she hasn't been to the top yet. But after her amazing performance in the World Cup, right, in Baku in 2023 last year, she's definitely on her way up, and she's just getting all the experience she needs, and with her style we can expect to see great results.
Do you like to play people with a style that is very opposite yours, like Goryachkina?
I feel with Goryachkina I've always I've been pretty comfortable for some reason. I don't know why, because
do you find that maybe your style is harder for her to play against?
Probably, yeah. For some reason, yeah. It also comes from, since I played against Alexandra when she was really young, and those childhood memories, sometimes they do last forever. And if the first games that you played against a player kind of turn out not in your favor, you somehow psychologically struggle throughout your career against those players for some reason. Well, at least I feel it this way. And with Goryachkina, I won our first games quite easily, and probably that's why somehow she doesn't feel, comfortable again.
And by the way, let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Vaishali versus Tan, because this F6 move, it's a little bit surprising. I was trying to understand it, and like, why is Black having the advantage here? So it has to be something to do with this pawn hanging, ultimately, right? And the reason that Black couldn't just take it right away, well, apparently they could have even taken it right away. I was thinking there's something going on with this diagonal, and
Bishop B2.
Yeah, like it feels like it could be kind of dangerous, actually, right? Like, I mean, first of all, it's like you're sort of barely holding on, maybe in this line, but I guess
F3 check.
Oh,
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think even this was the problem. In my mind, I was like, Black's okay here too, you know? But okay. So yeah, we hung the queen. Okay, so let's try bishop b2,
but
right?
there is bishop e5, actually, you know?
Right.
It looks very shaky, but why not? I mean, knight takes f3 check is again in the air.
The cards, and I guess like you just...
Like queen e3.
Oh, and it's funny, you can't even do any of these sacrifices because it's always the check, right?
Yeah, so the check is a problem, yes. So queen e3, for example. But then I thought that maybe... okay, there is knight c6, but there is also... What did I see?
Knight c6, and then like I take on d5.
And then knight c2 if you take.
Knight c2, yeah. So that works out for Black. So seems like Black could have taken this pawn, yeah?
Well, it looks...
But it's scary. It's definitely scary to grab that.
But if she can play f6 first.
Yeah, maybe we have some better moves for white.
She wants to take on d4, but first she plays f6, and if you play knight e6,
she takes, and then
she takes, and then takes, and then knight d4, and there is no more bishop b2 because the pawn is already on
maybe
f6.
we take first on a3.
On a3, maybe,
yeah.
Those are details.
And then you get the big fork. So Vaishali, what is she going to be doing now with this knight then?
Exactly. That is a very serious question. Bishop takes d6 and then c5. But it still doesn't help, right?
Yeah, let's take a look. Bishop d6, queen d6, c5.
But then you can play, you
still
queen
maybe
c7.
Just queen c7, yeah.
And the question is still in the air, what to do with this knight on g5.
Wow, and you know, it's funny that it's been so many moves and, you know, this knight is still undeveloped. Yeah, I've been worried about this knight for a long time. I told Vishy, are you not concerned about that knight on b1? Because I really am. And this seems to be, this undeveloped position of the white pieces seems to be the reason
bishop
that...
Bishop a3, that's why I didn't like bishop a3 at all.
So Vaishali, well, how do we keep her alive here? That's the question. It's a -1 evaluation, so somehow it's not completely losing for white. But on the other hand, it feels like if you lose the pawn and this happens, then you will be losing. So
but there are not so many moves, right? The knight is under attack, so it has to move away. If knight e6 doesn't work, then knight h3 seems to be the only possibility. Because f takes... Okay, c5 should also be considered immediately, like c5 here. But then bishop h2.
And then you just take on g5, right? So unfortunately, there's this check, and then the knight gets captured.
Exactly.
So that didn't really work. So yeah, it's hard for her to even come up with with a normal move here. I mean, because I suggest moves that just lose pieces, you know? Like, I'm trying to look at various, captures.
Let's check knight h3 out.
Knight h3, knight d4, and it just really didn't look great.
But what to do then? Okay, let's try something. And Vaishali, yesterday she kind of, what is impressed me, it's not really the word, because I was shocked in a way.
That she came back from that position with an extra change.
She actually started her game, it was such a bad position. I don't know what was wrong there. I'm not really a big expert of Grunfeld, but immediately she played c6 first, the moves that kind of impressed me. Then bishop g4, she gave up a pair of bishops, and then, just her position collapsed completely.
So something about this trade, this was still sort of keeping things okay. And I wonder here, I mean, maybe we have to go knight h3 here. And then on knight d4, maybe there's like something to do with this hanging knight. I don't know, we could try.
And queen g3.
Queen g3 looks interesting.
But then you take rook e7, rook f7,
and then this bishop kind of hangs in the end, and it's not exactly too wonderful, yeah, because we're down already a pawn as white, and we still have these beautiful knights to deal with. So but there's some move here that keeps the balance. Let's try to find it. So it could be, well, it's funny because queen f4 is like a similar version, right? It could at least gives us a better knight, but then there could be something else. It could be like queen, I don't know, queen e3 doesn't look great.
Not so obvious, right? When you're trying to.
Yeah, well, should we try queen f4? There we go. So it's maybe it's a little bit of an improved version. Like, so if I take, you go here, we take.
Bishop takes g6 is also like desperado, you know?
That's important. Oh, that's super important, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh.
And we get a few extra pawns along the way.
Not bad.
Yeah. We collected things, and now, well.
Now somehow, like with all our magic, the position is already better for white. Well, an extra pawn, right?
Okay. Well, so we found something where we can keep her position alive, which is nice. It's not the easiest thing in the world, right? But in a way, she has to find it. So she has to find bishop takes first, and then retreat the knight. Now, maybe taking on d4 is not even a great option. Yeah, it's like a trap, right? So, well,
maybe bishop g4.
Yeah, she has a lot of other good moves that she can look at, and that's the problem for white, right? So maybe just develop. Is there anything else? I suppose you can. I mean, you can always look at like pawn takes pawn as a move as well. You know,
queen takes d4.
Yeah, that's an option. So I mean, Tam, she does have a very nice position, and Vaishali looks to be in trouble again. She's also getting kind of lower on the clock. Her position's not great. And actually, the problem is like the ease of making the moves is not really there for white, right?
Yeah. And when you're playing a game, you don't really know, right, that after 96 your position is lost.
Yeah.
You don't know all those evaluations that kind of guide us and make our choice a little bit easier. Because for her, okay, 96 is pretty tempting, and she has to like check out all those lines, complicated lines, and evaluate them at the end, and then like conclusion to go to calculate something else. And okay, bishop takes d6, c5, c takes d5. Those are also options, and she has to consider them. She has to go through all those lines and then like decide. So yeah, well, definitely Tan must be happy to get such a vivid position with black. I mean, nowadays, you see it's possible that your opponent, when playing with white, will just pick up some kind of a line that, for example, Anna Muzychuk, right, chose that would require you to work hard in order to like show all the opening preparations that you did, and
oh, this game is going towards a draw because white can always trade off like black's final pawn.
She will, yeah.
And let's actually jump into the open section. There's one game there. There's all 4 games going on.
I see.
Okay.
Oh, nice structure.
This is a game that I've been, kind of rooting for since the beginning, for this game to be interesting, because I like Firouzja's opening choice. I liked what he was doing with his position, and I also am not really loving Jan's bishop on h7. So it does, beautiful pawn structure, like you said, right? Look at that.
Very beautiful pawn chain.
And all the pawns on the opposite color of the bishop, just like we're supposed to have in chess.
Yes. Well, and opposite colored bishops like reminds us about the possibility of a very strong attack, right? g4, h4, g5. are coming up, and black has to do something against it. I mean, of course, like something like f6, king f7, king e7, king d8, getting out of this like is a possibility.
But this feels super uncomfortable for black. From a practical point of view, it just feels awful, right?
What was the opening? How did Jan?
So the last few moves are kind of the interesting part. How Firouzja has been sort of outplaying him slowly. So he played this move a4, which was actually quite a nice start. Then f4.
And it started with something like b3, g3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double fianchetto. Then he brought out the queen, so all was looking pretty good.
So it's like king's Indian reversed, right?
And then he puts the knight out. This pawn starts to be a problem. And then, this interesting. Like maybe he even had some better decision, but what he went for was pretty good looking here. This idea of just taking everything and playing
I
f5.
wish I could get positions like this all the time.
Yeah. This is a real chance for Firouzja, to take down the tournament's leader.
One of the main.
I mean, I have to say that like ever since Firouzja started like losing his games, like I've started rooting for him.
Ah, right.
Yeah,
That's always right. That's what happens. I mean,
Yeah, I think Jan just played f6.
Okay.
The one good thing for Jan is that he does have a large time advantage. There's no increment. We know that could be very relevant. Look at the black pawn structure. Every single pawn on a dark square.
I wonder whether black has to play a5 at some point or not. Whether it's going to
lock up the queen side or not.
Yeah, because I mean, king f7, king e7, king d8 is the possible plan, but white will try to open up the queen side, right? Obviously.
Right.
And
well, Firouzja quickly plays g4. So he kind of shows that he's not even interested in this move. I guess, it's also interesting actually for him to have thrown in that move, right? Just to take away your idea.
Yes.
So I do wonder.
When I'm playing this kind of structure with black, I'm always afraid, to see this a5 move.
Yeah. A5 is really would bother me a bit, but it doesn't seem to bother the engine, who I guess is going
h4.
h4.
But now maybe black is like late to play king f7. Maybe black doesn't have time.
Yeah, because this is happening very fast. Okay, Jan is trying to run.
Well, yes, I would.
Yeah,
I would too.
He's going king f7.
Because again, if he plays a5, then white has this h4, g5 plan. Okay, let's see. Well,
Alireza going h4. He doesn't want to spend too much time here because, the time has been a big factor in this tournament. Watching the time scrambles, Alexandra, and the different time control in the open and women's. I mean, what are you thinking? Do you think we should have games without increment or not?
Why to have two different time controls? That's my first question that I don't understand. And second question that I also can't comprehend, why play without increment? I mean, we used to play without increment when we didn't have digital clock. But nowadays it seems everyone, even in Blitz, will play with increment.
Right.
Why to play a classical tournament with no increment till move 41?
Well, so you can watch someone lose on time.
Okay, let's play bullet. It's also going to be fun. I mean, for me, it just doesn't match a classical chess tournament and no increment during time trouble.
Right.
That's not right. Oh, okay. I remember when this increment was introduced and we were discussing at that time what time control to play. Like, I was so completely against it in Blitz. I was saying that it's not Blitz anymore if you give those additional seconds. And now I'm like getting old probably and saying, no, I won't play with no increment at all because it's not chess. It's, I don't know, what is it?
Yeah,
so,
no, it's interesting that the open section went for this time control. Like no increment, it really is a radical idea these days.
Well, they used it, I think, throughout all the candidates, all the last candidates at least.
To use this idea of no increment.
I don't know why. I don't know who is a genius who created or who proposed this option, but for me it would be more reasonable. Okay, to time controlled, I can understand.
Right.
For okay, there are many explanations possible, but then if men are, well, there is this classical time control, right? That it's 1 hour 50 for 40 moves, or 1 hour 40 for 40 moves, then followed by 50 moves, like the longest possible for 20 moves. So 50 minutes for 20 moves, and then finally like final 15 minutes for the rest of the game, with increment from move on, like the first move on. And then okay, I can understand it like that. It's the longest possible time control in chess, and men like on this level, they're fighting for the world crown. They should, you know, they should suffer as long as possible. Okay, reasonable to have more time to play endgames. Which is a part of the game that we kind of neglect with this FIDE time control, like 90 minutes and 30 followed by 30 minutes. It's not always enough, right? To have,
play a quality endgame. Yeah.
So I can understand this reasoning, but why to force the players to play the time trouble without increment, with the candidates being the only tournament of all the tournaments we play with this time control? I don't know. Maybe someone can explain it to me to make it like more entertaining. Okay, well, we play Rapid and Blitz for that, right? So yeah, I don't know.
So it's a mystery. We'll try to get that one answered, how that was selected. All right, let's take a look at this position on the board. So we got Firouzja having 30 minutes. He has twice less time than Nepo. He just played H4, and Nepo is thinking, I mean, this move, I guess, is coming. So
can Black play G5?
How do we prepare for it? So no. G5, pawn takes, yeah, it's like everything is going to feel quite weak, yeah?
Because it would be great, like
if you could lock things up. But the problem is, yeah, you can't really lock things up so easily.
King takes G6.
King takes, yeah.
Okay, looks very scary, of course, but just sometimes they say that if you really want something,
yeah, you just go for it. Yeah. Interesting. Look at that, and the kind of the computer is holding this.
Queen F5.
Yeah, we just take and go to H5, right? Yeah.
And the king feels like very safe.
Safe on that square.
Nice.
Yeah, and then white has lost all their advantage. So let's see. Look at that. It's an interesting idea. So how do we? I mean, because taking was the most obvious option.
Yeah, we should also consider H takes G5.
Or maybe basically not taking yet and like
King F2,
preparing something like this. Yeah, that might be the other approach that we can try.
Yeah, probably should be played.
So then the question is like, how bad is that bishop?
It is bad, but King E7, Bishop G8, Bishop F7. Well, that's the plan.
maybe we just go here, right? And like I go there, and then you start running. But then, you know, you still can get attacked on this side of the board, right? Like if you do your run, I mean, at some point, I guess I need to take, because there's no reason not to. But then how to break through A5, right?
I've been, waiting for this.
Because if I slow down, like even a little bit, right? I mean, is this helping you? I mean, it's playable.
It's playable. It's so pleasant for white.
But how do you break through? I mean, my king is like kind of coming that way. Where are your breakthrough sacrifices? Not obvious.
It reminds me of this Vaishali Muzachuk game. Remember where Vaishali tried to set up a fortress?
Yeah.
It was not supposed to work, but okay, it worked.
Let's see if we have any more exciting
what happened? What happened in Vaishali?
Okay.
She's signing. Did she
I
lose?
have a feeling like she lost.
Wow.
Only a decisive result could have come that quickly. Yeah, it's over.
What happened? What happened? Okay.
So what did she do after F6? She did take on D6.
Okay.
Queen takes, C5. We knew that wasn't good.
Yeah, I offered that.
Yeah, then she moved back.
It just doesn't work.
Knight takes, Queen E3, Knight takes. Okay, and
that's it.
and rook f7, and she just decided to resign because she's got her rooks forked.
Oof,
Wow.
what a bad day for Vaishali.
Wow, 21
and what
moves.
a comeback for Tan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Great.
21 move was white in
Right.
the Alapin. What did go wrong? I mean, c3,
Right.
e6, d4, d5. I mean, the most, I think, solid.
Well, I think what went wrong is that she had this kind of normal position,
Okay,
and
perfectly
then
normal.
she decides to.
She went all in.
Yeah, she instead of developing these pieces in some way, she decides to kind of go in with the knight, and then she gets committed to this course, like also the queen. She was trying to attack, and Black was just quite well developed, and then she got committed to this attack. Didn't really play it very accurately, I guess, and at some point the problems started coming quite fast, tactically, and she couldn't solve them.
Oof.
So that's
a comeback.
Yeah, that's a comeback for Tan to win with the black pieces like that.
Amazing.
I mean, because she is probably going to be ahead of Goryachkina. Goryachkina is trying to get her knight to f5.
It's going to be a draw here. Yeah.
Okay, but then what about Lei? Is Lei going to keep up with Tan? Well, it looks like she's lost her advantage.
Okay, what happened to the advantage?
After queen d6, she played bishop d2,
Wow.
trying to castle.
Okay.
Knight f4. The queen trade, very strange decision in general, right? Because it's like, where is the attack going to be then? So no wonderful double-edged position with an attack on the king is going to happen in this game. She got to castle queenside. I think in hindsight, Alexandra, I do think that someone could have considered my,
king d2, king c1.
It would have been at least move of the day, candidate,
No doubt about it. It would be such a beautiful.
Yeah, instead we got some pretty boring endgame.
To tell you the truth, I don't think she even considered that.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. Somehow, okay, king d2, king c1 seems rather unusual, but it was very beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, so castle's queenside. Okay, so why is this position equal? I mean, what does white threaten in general? I mean, I guess she might want to put the bishop here at some point.
Well, now it's all about black's king, I think, right? Because white is better developed. She just castled, even though it's an endgame, no queens on the board. But king is still in the center. A lot of pieces, many pieces are still present. So rook e1, bishop c4. I mean, black has to take some actions, about it, rather to castle short side. But then the h file is open. And, there might be some questions asked, or try to develop bishop e6 and castle long.
So my problem with all of these bishop developments, which I really want to do, is that there's like knight d4 coming, right? So like I'm a little concerned about this move. If we can make this work, then I'm happy. Now maybe, I mean, is it just as simple as ignoring it? Is it just going for castle queenside and saying like, okay, I take, and my black's pieces are very solid here. I have f4, good squares for the knights. Maybe we can give the bishop pair to white.
Yes, maybe.
So maybe that's it. Castle's short is like a little bit sad, right? Like maybe playable, but kind of sad to take that rook off the h file. Right, and so if bishop f5 runs into knight d4, and it's like less efficient than bishop e6, because this one is actually under attack. So we think that, Salimova has a solid position in this end game. She hasn't really played as, aggressively. Lei hasn't played as aggressively as she could have.
Yeah.
Somewhere, but there's still some play left in this end game.
Definitely, but okay, now it's a big comeback. I mean, Lei had her chances, I think, in the middle game. She decided to exchange the queens, and it's more likely to finish in a draw. Of course, anything can happen. And what about Lagno-Canero? We haven't talked about it for a while.
Yeah, this is another important game for the tournament standings because Katerina Lagno is only half a point out of the lead. Her position here, well, doesn't look like necessarily she's going to be getting more than half a point from this game.
She's going to struggle with this d5 pawn, right? It's an isolated pawn, and okay, usually it's good if it gives you some dynamic, but here the position is already simplified. I mean, many pieces gone. And that means that white will torture black for a long time around this pawn, you know, doubling the rooks, transferring the knight to f4 somewhere and putting pressure onto d5. And along with the dark squared bishop, like if we imagine bishop getting to b2, queen d4, there's always like an eye black has to keep.
Yeah, it's not the most fun position for black to play, right? So we don't really expect her to get a point from this game. So it does look like Tan is probably going to be regaining the lead after today's round, which is, it's going to be quite nice, not only to win, but to win so fast and to win with black.
It reminds me of the comeback of Gukesh in the previous rounds when he lost his dramatic game to Firouzja. And he came back immediately with the black color, against Vidit. That's very hard to do, because when you lose, you usually like, okay, the most important thing is not to lose again, as I see. So you're upset, and to handle your emotions and win back, like that costs more than just a simple. It's definitely more than just a simple win.
So tell us about your experience playing in the candidates. I mean, you played in the 2019 candidates tournament, which had this format. I mean, in terms of how did you feel the pressure? Did you feel pressure, or were you more like Hikaru, like just enjoying the event?
I cannot say that I was enjoying the event, because it didn't go my way. I was struggling. And when you start losing and you're not really, trying to fight for the top place, it's a hard tournament, because day after day you play against strong opponents. And I cannot really say that I enjoyed it a lot, and my performance was very bumpy, because I was like winning games, which is already good. I know, but I was losing as well, so I couldn't.
When you realized that you couldn't get first place, did you, how did that affect you? Did you just feel like, okay, I'm going to play a normal tournament and try to take as many points as I can, or did you kind of lose interest in the tournament?
No, I took it to game by game. It's a tournament with 7 other very strong players, and of course, unless you're Magnus Carlsen and way ahead of them, then you understand that the tournament can go either way. That was that was how it was. A long tournament, quite a grueling one, quite a difficult one. But as I said, I was scoring some points, but also losing some games in the way. For example, Vaishali I lost today. I remember I lost to Tan, with the black pieces, but just so fast, and that was rather sad. And otherwise, I was quite disappointed, of course, that I didn't have a second chance to play 14-round candidates tournament in 2022. Unfortunately, it was
a different format. It was a match format.
And I just played after qualifying for the candidates. I just played 1 4-game match against Garechkina.
And that was it.
And that was it. So
you felt like that was a bit like anticlimactic as a candidate's experience.
At that point, I wanted to play 14
round tournament.
But okay, there were more serious things going on, of course, than a chess tournament. And but rather than that, I think it's a big achievement actually to qualify already
for the candidates.
We see so many strong players in the open section and in the women's section as well, not being able to qualify year after year, right? And so it's already a big thing just to be there, to be here, to be able to play, to perform. Okay, tournaments can go either way, but we should understand that the work that all those players do in order to prepare, it can pay off, in a year, in 2, in a few months, we never know, but it's definitely a big investment for their future games and future tournaments.
So you kind of allocated special time to prepare for the candidates.
I spent, we were supposed to play in May 2022. So I started my preparation in October or November.
Wow.
And then by April, it became clear that there will not be a tournament in May. And we never, we had no idea when it's gonna take place till September or something, and you cannot really prepare because okay, you kind of try to organize your life around all those months of preparation. You try to look for people who will be able to help you and like to do something special, but it was just not possible with all those things going around. I was not able to focus, so basically I prepared pretty well till the end of February, and then it just got away. But okay, I'm happy to see that we're back to the regular format for the women tournament this year, this edition. And we'll see. I'm very excited to see the finish of it because it's going to heat up as less and less rounds are left. That means less and less chances to score, and I'm just looking forward so much to the exciting finish.
What's coming up next for you?
Oh, the Cairns Cup.
Okay, nice.
I was so happy. I got
Cool.
invited because actually, the last months of 2023 were pretty busy, and I didn't feel like trying to look for any open tournaments. Kind of very hard to motivate myself to play chess these days. So I was waiting very patiently for the special invitation, and it came just recently, a few weeks ago. So I'm very excited about it. I'm looking forward to coming back to St. Louis to play in the Cairns Cup in June. It's going to be in the second half of June. Yeah, very excited, very happy.
Well, Alexandra, it's been great to have you here. I hope we have you visit again in the studio in the next few days. And we're actually going to go on a short break to prepare for Vishy's return.
Vishy is coming back, yeah.
what do you think is your greatest achievement in chess so far?
I think I reached youngest 2800 was the something very cool. Because in general 2800 is very difficult already, so this was the best maybe I had.
Yeah, being so young and getting there is tough. And what's your goal, your biggest goal for chess?
For now, it's to become a world champion, to win these candidates. And this is the short goal I have.
Yeah, it's living in the moment because you're here.
Yeah.
And what is the biggest difference for you playing in a tournament like the Candidates compared to other tournaments?
Of course, it's a longer tournament. It's 13 rounds. So normally we play like 9 rounds in Sinquefield Cup, for instance. So it's a longer tournament. You have to keep energy. So it's harder to balance because we don't have so much experience. But yeah, everything is more special. So a lot of things on the line. So trying to keep pressure, keep energy is important.
Yeah, and is there a special way you keep energy, like any special habits or rituals before, during?
To eat more probably than usual is helping a lot.
Yeah, well, that helps.
Yeah.
Okay, so eat more is Firuza's suggestion. Yeah, I definitely feel a little bit hungry, you know, snacking on those apples and pears. Vishy, one of our viewers asked us, what do we eat in between the breaks?
Okay, I had a banana, there's some cookies, and I'll get some water or something like that. That's what I nibble.
Yeah, I like to drink tea and eat the fruit, and if I have a cookie, I forgot to bring it from home, my vegan cookie, so no cookie for me today.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the games. I know our audience wants some insight on these big clashes between, for example, Vidit and Hikaru. We have a very tense looking position here where it's white's turn, and apparently there is maybe a pawn that can be captured here.
Yes, but hang on just a second.
Oh, you want me to make a move?
Ah, okay. Or if you just, instead of Hikaru's rook c8 on move 24.
Move 24 right here.
What was wrong with a takes b4 exactly?
You're saying he could have just taken.
Well, why did he chuck the pawn? So
Right.
I don't know where the rook should go. Maybe it should go to d8 or I mean c8 or c6
yeah.
maybe. No, c6 might provoke some knight d4, so rook c8.
Well, apparently nothing was really wrong with it, yeah?
Maybe he was afraid of some bishop takes e7, rook takes e7, and some g3 perhaps.
Rook takes, yeah?
Yes, and then g3.
Wow. You're not afraid of this h3 pawn.
I am afraid, but I'm going to try it anyway. So knight
Yeah.
h3, check king g2. But maybe you just have rook d8 and nothing's happening.
Just defend this pawn.
Yeah. Also, I don't know, maybe g4 is strong.
And g4 protecting the knight.
Yes, always a good idea, right?
Yeah.
And if knight h4, I go h5.
Defending the pawn. Ooh.
No, this is now if knight takes d.
Oh, maybe this pawn is hanging. Which
Maybe it's just rook takes e5. Ah, that's it. Yeah.
I should just grab it. And black would be doing well. Well, so basically you were a little bit surprised by Hikaru's decision to not take the pawn.
I wondered if I'd missed something, but he's gone back and given the pawn. He will get it back probably on e5. But white has this outside pass pawn. You never know.
So right now, Vidit is hesitating to take the pawn. How's his time situation? It's not bad. It's better than it's been in some previous games. So what is he thinking about? And he's on move 25,
so I think he's doing quite well in that sense.
So Hikaru's not really in any danger to win, as it seems at this point.
Knight c6, perhaps. But then maybe bishop c3. And then try to play a5, a6.
Try to push that extra pawn. I mean, I guess we could like take here.
Yes, but then I take twice. No, that apparently was a mistake. So what is the move? Maybe knight g4. Sorry, after bishop takes e5. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. We had it there.
You think so? I think that the computer already was lowering the evaluation after this.
Yeah, but I was just wondering why not knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, knight g4.
Uh-huh.
So just a little trap. I want to see what's going on knight g4.
Knight g4.
And the evaluation drops even further.
Yeah, well, do you think it's just, I don't know, bishop c3 kind of?
Then rook takes c3.
There's also, so this is your idea. You said rook c3 is the idea?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I just need to not blunder one thing in this position. Seems very doable. How about just queen d6?
Okay, rook takes c8. Oh no. I wanted rook c8, queen d4.
Queen d4.
And you see what's the problem?
I feel like, yeah, I see the problem.
Yes.
I feel like
it's okay, yeah. So you can't go, maybe queen a1, but then d4. So this doesn't quite work out as I planned, yeah.
But actually, it seems like queen d6 is not the computer's favorite either. It didn't love that move for some reason, so we have some other way to stop this. It's a bit tricky. What do you think? Okay, hold on. We're about to see Vidit make a move.
Well,
he's probably going to take the pawn.
Yeah, he has because the hand is reaching towards that side, so I think bishop a5 is likely. Also, it's helpful the bishop can't even move on this side, so it's going to be taking the pawn. I think we can conclude that.
Oh, you know, he has that habit. Pull back. Okay, he took the pawn. So we got bishop a5 on the board. So Hikaru still needs to equalize this one. He did say that he's not going to be going crazy today, trying to win. So I don't think he's going to be like too disappointed if he just gets a draw, especially if he feels like he saved a worse position. I feel like he's going to be okay with that result.
Why is he announcing everything before the game?
Why? Yeah. Well, you know, he's announcing that, you know, he doesn't feel any pressure. That's usually the announcement. No pressure on me.
Like I'm not going to push for a win.
Right.
I wanted to have a look at Prag Gukesh also because that is fascinating.
Okay, let's go there.
And this is certainly defensible, but I was at some point, if I just show the line, when white went knight h2, I wondered if this was almost forced. Apparently, the computer doesn't consider it forced.
Because the d6 pawn.
Well, my idea was exactly that if you take the d6 pawn, I play rook d8,
yeah,
and I get back the d3 pawn.
Uh-huh.
And I thought I could manage a pawn down with opposite color bishops.
Yeah, I think we have a, maybe do we have any kind of result between Gadechkin and...
But anyway,
was it sure?
He's gone more systematically. This position can be unpleasant once the knight comes to f5. But black can make the knight, in effect, part of the wall, part of the pawn chain. And he might be able to stem the worst. Also, this bishop, if it's rerouted here, then the bishop will cover every square that the knight could come to. So something like that. He's gone rook a6, queen f2. Perhaps now some bishop c8 is a good place to start, followed by moving the queen and getting into e6. But anyway, at some point it looked very interesting.
Okay, this is the game that I've loved since the beginning.
And white is much better because g5 is coming and not much black can do about it. This is beautiful, isn't it? Opposite color bishops with opposite color pawns, as it were.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible. So actually, yeah, we're about to get a result in Gadechkina versus Muzichuk. They're just trading off all the pawns. Actually, there's just a knight versus pawns. So that game is going to end in a draw. Anna's opening preparation was not enough for an edge, and they just agreed. And actually, I'm kind of interested. So she said draw, and there was no handshake, right? Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. So this one, Nepo did play the move a5 to lock up the queen side, the way Alexandra was suggesting. And meanwhile, Firouzja is getting in position to play g5. Do you think it's about time to play this move?
Yes. There's always the danger that you wait too long. As long as the black bishop is stuck between f7 and g8, white's doing very well. But if the black bishop escapes to, I don't know, c6, you never know. You might have lost
Okay,
control.
he's doing it. He's going for it.
He's going for g5.
All right.
And he can still, well, actually.
Let's just remember that Firouzja, he's my favorite wild cannon of the tournament.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a lot of decisive results from him after he kind of went in the wrong direction in the beginning. So g5, and how do we hold this for black, Vishy?
I have to play bishop g8 because if I take on g5 instead.
Very good. He did that actually immediately.
If you take on g5, if you take on g5, then suddenly you can never unpin yourself. You're trapped in effect.
G6 is threatened.
And g6 is threatened. So this is not the way to go.
So bishop g8, an ugly, ugly move.
Ugly. White could play g6 and be a rook, a bishop, and a rook up in effect.
Wow, g6, and then with the idea of like maybe trying to play c3.
But how do I break
through though?
If I break on c3, you'll play bishop takes b3. So I think the point now should be to go rook b1, maybe rook b2, and play b4, and return a piece. But your bishop and rook are not participating in the game.
Like
would you take this decision? Would you play g6?
Wow, this is
because
very
on the other
hard.
hand, you might be shutting your chances forever. I would seriously consider it. Let's say I play g6, I'm a piece and a piece and rook up in effect.
These pieces cannot move at all in this game. So basically, you're saying that eventually, let's just play some moves, right?
Okay, so queen c6, queen d6, rook b1, queen d7, rook king f2, rook h1, rook b2, rook b1, and some modification, and then play b4.
Should we improve the queen? Somewhere would we like to?
We could queen e1 for
here,
instance, and then b4.
And then b4.
Yeah. Or bishop takes a5 and b4. This is already plus 3.5 according to the comp.
Right.
So we have done something right.
So the idea.
But the point is that bishop and rook are still trapped. Queen takes b4. Now we must be winning.
Yeah.
So that is a very paradoxical winning plan. Because on the one hand, you might be shutting things forever.
Yeah.
But I see this clear plan of b4, which you cannot stop if I double on the b file. So
you seem very excited
cool.
by this moment, Vishy. I can see, this gets your chest juices flowing.
When I think of something that I think is clever, I get very excited.
Yeah.
Then we have to see if it's clever. But I think it's a good plan because on the one hand, I would never play g6 because I'm closing my hope of victory.
Right.
But on the other hand, I suddenly realized that it might work.
I'm going to tell you, I think he's going to do it. I'm ready to make that prediction.
Okay.
He's going to do it. He's going to realize that it's just too tempting to never allow these pieces to move, and he'll feel like he can break through. He's a great attacking player, so I think there's a very decent chance. Now, I don't know where, here's the thing, though.
And look at that rook on h8.
Yeah.
You have to have a laugh at that.
So, Vishy, right here, though, like queen d7, let's say once we get here, queen d7, of course, is like a hapless move where you're doing nothing. So maybe it's like rook b8. Maybe black needs to bring in some pieces too, and then we got to see if the sacrifice is still working, right?
Okay, bishop takes b4. And queen takes b4.
And still we're going for this position.
There is some work to be done. I'll have to protect c2 or leave my king off the second rank. What I don't want is queen takes c2 for free. So leave my king, maybe g1 itself was fine.
He's reaching for something.
It is amusing if it happens.
Oh, nope. He took the pawn. Okay, we're going to see. What was the better decision? So he took on f6, and the computer still likes his decision. So
yes, so let's try king f2. Because I'm one tempo slow. Oh, wait a minute. Put the king back. Play rook g2 now.
Yeah.
He played h5, which is fine. After bishop f7, I want to play h5. And he's also going to plonk it on g6. So instead of he's getting the rook cemented on g6.
That's the point.
And either way, that's a good deal for him.
Okay. So he's got h5 in. He doesn't have a whole lot of time, but at least now he knows what to do. Some of the difficult decisions have been passed. And your point is that, like, when the bishop goes here, as he undoubtedly will.
Yeah, and the reason I have to do this is because if I go king f2, trying to get the other rook in, which would be slightly...
Yeah.
No, h5, bishop f7, and then...
h5, bishop f7,
king
and
f2.
then king f2.
You're going to go rook e g8, rook g1, and you're going to play rook g5, and you do it. And now if I take on g5, with a rook, bishop probably, this is
with the bishop, yeah. You're going to take...
You take with the h-pawn.
H-pawn,
h6. And before I get anywhere, you stomp with rook h7 and you claim that that's a fortress.
Wow.
I'm not even sure this is a fortress because there might be a sacrifice with rook takes g5 and queen takes g5 at some point. So it's plugging the file. But I think the white one with rook g2 and h5 is going to work. He's gone h5, bishop f7, and now rook g2.
Yeah, Nepo is not loving his
position.
I
think we need to have the camera on Nepo's face now because there's a lot of facial expressions coming up there.
Yeah.
So we might be able to read some. He doesn't look too happy, but there was some eye rolling there. I don't know what that meant.
Maybe it's just that he's been in this bad position for a while now, and he's had a bit of time to accustom to that. You know.
But honestly, I think g6 was cool.
Yeah, it was very nice. So right here, we're going to go rook g2. And we're going to, I mean, are you trying to go to g6 in general?
I don't have a choice. If you go rook g8, I have to do it before you do it. Because otherwise you'll play queen e8 and whatever have you. So I want to plug that gap there.
Like that.
And if you take on g6, I will take with the f pawn. And if you go, this is the question that's harder for me, but I think you cannot play rook f8 because I'm immediately going to go queen f5.
You're going to offer up the queen trade. Yeah.
Yes.
Take with the rook.
Take with the rook. But now you have a problem. Sooner or later, you'll have to deal with g7.
Because once I move my king out of the way.
Yes, you'll have to deal with g7.
But then you can't hold both pawns.
Correct. You can't hold both.
Right.
Something like that must be his plan, but
wow.
Let's see.
I mean, honestly, it's looking pretty good for Firouzja. I mean,
if Firouzja doesn't play, he's gone rook g2. Okay. I thought he would maybe see.
I think we're going to see a lot of surprises.
Hit me.
Yeah.
Nepo's saying, come on, hit me. Yeah.
Okay, let's see how fast Firouzja plays rook g6. He's played rook g8, so now it's Firouzja's turn. He's got 13 minutes, but in terms of the time, it's not that big of a problem, right? Like his next few moves are going to be pretty obvious. So Jan has definitely kept the time advantage in this game, though. It might not be so important. How long do you think he'll take on this move?
It's obvious. Do you really need to calculate it? And if he doesn't do it, what's he going to do? Is he going to play rook f2 here? The thing is, when the pawn chains crumble, if black plays bishop takes h5, the whole queen side is gone. It's going to go bishop d1, bishop takes c2, bishop takes b3, bishop a4.
Right.
You lose the house.
Yeah.
So...
well, do you think he has to take the rook? Or, I mean, is this rook just too strong? I mean, what our plan is just simply to go there. Yeah, of course he puts the rook on g6.
But the thing is, once I double on the g file, if I go king f2 and double, no, he's taken it. He can't do otherwise. So now fg6, I think. Not hg6, of course.
Yeah, you want to get the f file.
Yeah, you want to get the f file. And if rook f8, I think queen f5 because that works.
I mean, I guess he doesn't have to play this move because right now, I don't know, is it a threat? But he did play it. He went rook e8. Rook e8. Ah.
So I'm not sure. Oh, the evaluation has dropped like a stone.
Not too much. It's like it was always like this.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It was never. It's not like winning for white.
Oh, I think after queen f5, rook f5, only then it dropped. So his idea is to play queen f5, rook e6, and hold like that. But you cannot hold this forever like this. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Now the problem is king f2. You go king d6. Rook g1, you go queen g7. And look, I'm still going to play c3, take my king somewhere nice, and then maybe break d4 somewhere. and break b4.
Wow.
And all these things will happen because the position is so closed and white has such a great pawn on g6. Black is kind of in a bad way. And the problem for black is that, what about queen takes f6?
Let's take a quick look, Vishy, at Hikaru's game, because he might have just blundered something.
Yeah, indeed.
So after he gave up this pawn on a5, knight c6, we were actually looking at this. Oh, he went for this move, which we were trying to do, and we knew the engine didn't love it.
Oh, so in fact, it's just, but it's gone very prosaic. He just took on d5 and took the pawn, yeah.
Took this way, and then opened up a discovery over here, and Hikaru is apparently not doing very well.
It's a fairly big pawn, right? It's a passed
The
a pawn with the rook behind it. So,
wow. Hikaru is in some difficulties. He's going to need his famous defensive skills to get out of this position.
yes.
So basically, what do we do here for black, Vishy? We try to keep this bishop, but it's also hard to always deal with these ideas.
Right?
Yeah, so if we take with the queen.
Queen takes.
Knight takes.
Rook takes e5.
Looks really unpleasant.
Knight e5, yes. And then a5.
Because we know that knights are so terrible at stopping side pawns. So it's very unpleasant for Hikaru. It's like it's a pretty big blunder.
Yes. Quite striking. And we were trying something much more complicated, like knight g4 and what have you.
Yeah,
but apparently sometimes chess is just very simple.
He just took the right way. He took with the bishop, left the attack there, and then opened up the discovery. And if knight takes, it might be even, well, it's not worse. I guess it's both playable as well. But, you know, we could have a crazy situation.
I just saw a cute trick.
Go ahead.
Instead of knight d5, knight e5, I thought rook e5.
And you saw some...
Rook takes e5.
And then knight f4. No.
Knight e5.
Knight...
Give me a second. Knight e5.
Yeah.
Queen d6.
Queen d6.
And I suddenly thought, wait a minute, I'm going to do something clever here. I'm going to play rook e3. And then realized I'd blundered.
But can I just say, does this not work at all? Like,
in this particular case, it doesn't work because I'm going to play queen takes d7. But you answered my question. I mean, knight takes d7. But you answered my question indirectly. After queen d6, rook e3, knight e6, there's a problem, and you get the draw, right? So.
Wait, so queen d6, what do you want to do here for white?
Rook e3. Because I thought I'm winning like this for 1 second.
e3?
Yes. Because it's pinned, but just knight e3 is a draw.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, I
you tried
thought
the
you
same
were
thing, and you thought queen d7, rook c1 check.
Yeah.
But here I can take with the knight. And that's
and so you just take with the knight, and then I take, and then you push the pawn. And the trick was that...
Oh, rook a1.
Yeah, the trick was that if I take with the queen, there was this check on c1, and then black makes a perpetual with the knight. Okay, so what is Hikaru going to go for? Has he made his decision? No, not yet. He's getting to similar time situation as Vidit. We could have a situation where the players in the first half today don't do so well, like Hikaru, like Nepo. And let's actually see how is Abasa faring against Caruana. I mean, apparently not badly.
I thought he was busted, but somewhere around, okay, you can take it to move 16 or 17. I just, no, a bit later, move 20, 21, let's say.
Apparently knight c6 gave up some of the advantage, which looks really, really natural for black.
Hard to believe, no?
Yeah.
And rook d7, bishop c3, rook a d8, rook at c1. And why didn't he play knight b4? Or maybe just takes, rook c2 and rook b2 or something.
And this pawn could turn out to be a bit weak.
My idea was that I'll play rook d3 and you might be in a kind of zugzwang, but no, in fact, it's still quite defensible. And then, yes, he's now king f3, rook a2.
Well, Najat is defending an end game for the second day in a row.
And I think rook takes c5 is a draw, as well as bishop c3, maybe?
I guess we don't really need to be very afraid of this, since we always have bishop g3.
Yeah.
So why exactly can't we just be up a pawn here as white?
So rook d2,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe bishop d7.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ideally I would have the pawn on h4, but here it's...
And you're coming around from this side.
It's a bit of a stretch, but I think this might be just better for black.
So should we take the other pawn? Is this viable as well? Then you have a choice. Take there, get forked, maybe.
Yeah, and win the game.
Yeah, so it's quite okay if you would like to go that way. Oh, look at that.
Oh, no, bishop c7, you have rook e8. What a save.
Ah, wow. Rook e8, and you found your own fork. Wow, okay. So that's not even a blunder. Black can take the pawn. But black can also, I guess, do this and then maybe take the pawn. Okay, that's maybe a better way to do it.
And I play rook b5, and it's probably a draw.
Yeah. So we do think that Abasov is not in bad shape in this game. By the way, for Ruja, we have a few more moves there. Let's take a look. After rook e8, he decided to reposition his bishop. And he is taking that bishop to h4, so he would like to win this pawn. And the computer in general is quite okay with this plan.
But if I go rook f8, what do you do?
Rook f8 makes sense. Maybe queen g4. The problem is I'm not really...
Queen g4, I thought queen e7. I still think he might have to take the king to the queen side, keep open the possibility of c3, and keep open the possibility of some breaks here and there.
Yeah.
But,
well, if Nepo defends this position, it's going to be quite a nice save for him, you know, from a very unpleasant position that he had earlier. And he did just play rook f8. So they are inching closer to the time control. Okay, Firouzja, he's getting ready to do something. He actually needs to play kind of quickly. He has a bit over 5 minutes. Queen g4
and,
on the board.
Maybe king d6 is possible. Then it frees up queen g7. But king d6, I will go g7, rook f8, bishop takes f6 maybe.
Then
so
we can
g7,
push.
rook g8, and bishop
And
takes
then
f6.
here.
No, that doesn't work. So you need to play queen e7.
So we're already threatening g7, basically, is what you're saying.
No, not when, because otherwise maybe rook f6 and rook g7 check. Though the rook ending could still be lost with the king on c7. Because I would take on d7. Maybe we should show it, but I don't know what random move to make. Let's say rook... what about rook d6? Yeah.
Maybe take. King takes. Oh,
bishop takes f6.
Yeah,
Bishop takes f6.
We have g7 in the end. This reminds me of Vaishali's game from yesterday.
Oh, yeah. The rook cannot return. So bishop takes f6 here wins, yeah.
Actually, let's take... Should we take this way? No. Wait. How should we do it?
Why is it 3.8 now? Maybe it is rook takes f6.
Because we go bishop g7 or something like that?
But I can do that anyway. No,
that doesn't make sense.
This is better for black. So bishop takes f6.
It drops the evaluation, so it must be something else. Because our idea is, if you take, we win. We win because we promote this pawn in this nice way.
Oh, maybe the computer wants to go not bishop takes f6, but g7, yeah.
Wait, I have a cool idea. I think you might like it.
Go on.
Bishop g5. Oh, okay. I don't know. It was kind of cool, don't you think? Like those pawns seemed like they could be really dangerous.
Yeah, but my rook's double on the 8th, right? 8th rank. So king e7. Whatever you do, I double.
I thought it was so brilliant. My chance to shock you. But
this would shock you and amaze you.
Yeah, but you found that 8th ranked defense. Okay. All right. So where is the win here? Where's that 3.8?
He hasn't played yet, right?
No, he's played Queen E7, actually. He's played Queen
And Furusha has
E7
gone
and
King
King
H2.
H2. That's on the board. Yeah.
Furusha has 3 minutes for, well, okay, 2 moves, so he's fine.
Yeah.
Jan, of course, has a rapid game left before he gets into time trouble, so.
So is it actually difficult for black to play moves, or like, can he just go Rook D6? Well, apparently that one was not good.
Why?
Is it just G7? Rook G8. I mean, Rook G1, you have like Rook D7 in time. And I don't have time to play Queen G6. Queen F5.
No, that works. Look, G7, Rook G8, Rook G1, Rook D7, Queen F5.
Wow. So there are little tricks in this position. Like actually Nepo is not like holding some really easy fortress. He needs to be precise. And it's kind of cool how Furusha has moved his king to H2, which allows his king to be in this perfect
and then
position.
Bishop takes F6 and it's over. Rook takes G1,
Yeah.
Bishop takes E7. Nothing you can do with the rooks.
Wow. So look at that. One careless rook move and everything comes crashing down. So we need to, what's that precise move that Nepo needs to find?
But it's not king
D6.
Because
right?
yeah, maybe it's king D6 because I cannot play G7. You have Rook G8, Rook G1, Queen F7. And before I get it to Queen G6 and Rook Queen F5 and Rook G6 and all, you go King E7 and protect the Queen. And then you're not going to get that runway.
So basically on this move, you're saying
King
you go
F7.
here.
No, then Queen takes
Queen
H6.
H6.
I think it wants to take.
Take, and then...
And then King E7. And now I'm wondering, why is white not lost? Oh, because I go King H3, King F7, King G4. Just do it. Very cute. King G4, Rook takes G7, King F5. Is this a draw?
It's a what? It's like a...
No, this is lost.
This one is
So
actually
I go Rook
winning
C6.
for, winning for white.
Rook C6. And why is it? Oh, Bishop takes F6. And that's a draw. Don't ask me why, but anyway, it's a draw.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I do have questions, but okay.
That lost.
This one actually wins for white. Well, I have a lot of questions
So is it
here.
what, Rook
Rook
G8 or
H7?
And then Bishop takes E5.
Right. Oh, so maybe it is Rook G8, but that is such a crazy way that black is holding the balance. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, will he find, what move is it? King D6.
He has to make a couple more moves, Nepo. He has a lot of time. So we have King H2 on the board as move 38. Furusha has 2 moves left to make. Nepo has 3.
D6, what?
Let's take a quick look and see what Hikaru decided on. After knight takes D5, he took with a knight and Queen E6, which the computer did not love. What's the trick here, Vishy? Is it?
Let's see. There is first of all Rook A to D3, D3.
Kind of the first thing that comes to mind, yeah.
Yes, knight F4, I go Rook D6.
Rook D6.
Yes.
You know what's going to be incredible if Vidit becomes the player to beat Nakamura twice in this tournament.
2-0, yes.
Yeah.
Those are the most painful ones.
2
You lose
zeros,
twice to
right?
the same opponent
Yeah,
in the same
I
tournament.
agree.
It's just
I
tough.
agree. And in this game, you can't even really say that, like, well, in that game, Hikaru can say, well, I just played like a fool. But in this game, it seems a little bit different. I mean, he was doing quite okay, and then somehow it took a lot longer for Vidit to build up this winning position. So, yeah, it really doesn't look good for Hikaru right now. Shall we take a look at Gukesh and see if we can have a chance for a decisive result in this game? It's been very quiet so far.
So that bishop is slowly heading to E6. And black will play knight E5. And essentially, black's pawn structure has a gap an e-file gap. So black is going to plug that gap with his knight. And if that works, he should be okay.
Feels a little unpleasant though for black, isn't it?
Because that gap is there. But it's interesting though, you went rook d8. Why not d6, f6?
How do we maintain the edge here? Do we just, you wanted to go f6, why? You want to go like queen e, I don't know. You want to get your knight to e5 somehow, or? Should we go? Actually, right, you probably want to go here, right?
Yes. But somehow the execution has to be exact. If you take with the d pawn, I play knight d5, and c5 is you have to defend forever. Ideally, you would end up with the same, with a proper pawn structure, d6, c5, e5. But maybe he also just wants to go knight h8, f7, and just hold on to d6 that way. You know, there are all sorts of passive formations.
Let's take a look at Firouzja versus Nepo. He played king d6.
Some of his advantage, or was he never winning?
No, he didn't mess up anything. Rook f5.
I still wish he had played g6.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one. So rook
and
f5.
doubling on the b file and going b4. Come on, that is cute.
How does he break through the fortress now?
King to b2.
So right now it's black's turn. Black. What is black gonna do? Queen g7 or something?
I'll give you a plan.
Yeah.
King to b2.
King to b2.
Okay.
Okay.
Bishop to d2. Queen to c1. You'll have to put rook on h8 and queen g7. Then I go c3.
c3. Wow.
You take. I take with the queen. I put the queen on c4.
Yeah.
I go bishop c3.
Starting to infiltrate.
I've run out of runway, but I hope that's winning.
Interesting.
I'm out of
runway. So you're thinking he should be bringing eventually his king all the way to b2.
The king might be unnecessary, but somehow it seems like the king would be happy there. Whereas on the king side, you always feel something would open up. I don't know. Maybe the king is just perfectly safe. Yeah.
So he just made the time control, hasn't changed anything. And Jan can play, I don't know. By the way, we have a result of a draw between Lei and Salimova.
So Tan Zhongyi regains the lead.
She
beating by Shali 2-0 as well.
Yeah, she wins this very convincing game with the black pieces. There's only one game going in the women, not the super exciting end game, but it's between Koneru and Lagno, which I don't know. We can take a quick look at the women, actually, because they are trying to get to the time control. What do you think about this position, Vishy? I mean, do you think, I don't really feel like black should be worse, but what do you think?
It's foldable. Just hit 6 and somewhere else swap the queens. And
yeah.
Ought to be enough, I think. No, what do you think?
Yeah. I mean, the knight can one day come out to e5. What did she play?
Queen
Actually,
c1, queen c2 or something.
Played queen c1, yeah.
And after rook d1, she'll just go queen c4. That ought to be enough.
Yeah, so you're expecting this move by Humpy.
I think she might be nervous about king f2, though there is no particular reason to be. Rook c2 check king g3 because rook d8 is threatened. So
you can even see white like coming out over here.
I don't see anything wrong with it, but after rook c2 king g3, white's threatening rook d8 on her own. So
that's a checkmate threat.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that she could run with her king up the board. She could invite or try to bait her opponent into checking. On the
but
other
if
hand,
I start with h6, what do you do? She's gone king f2. Now I start with h6. Apparently the computer is not impressed.
What do you think about the queen trade? Is that just terrible?
No, it's a valid plan. No, but I was just getting a bit greedy by playing h6 and hoping that I can trick you instead and so on. But I think this is fine. And then knight e5.
Right, because this way the knight is more free to come out when there's no pin. All right, that game could finish in a draw, and Tan could be the leader. Meanwhile, we got Firouzja versus Nepo. Nepo just played king c7. So Firouzja is going to have to take his time to find a plan here to break through, right? Because it's just, it looks like Nepo has done a pretty good job of setting up his fortress.
I don't know what will happen now. I mean, I only see this one plan with the bishop on D2, and queen on C1 just to force a piece to the H file, and then play C3 and try to.
Should we try it?
If you like. I mean, I'm still not sure if the king belongs on B2, but it's seems like something fun to do.
Okay, so we brought the king here.
Now bishop E1.
Then we bring the bishop around.
Bishop D2. Queen F1. Queen C1.
Okay, rook H8.
C3.
C3, all right.
Takes. Queen C3.
Maybe takes is increasing our advantage.
I think you're going to stop queen c4. But if you had played the rook to d6 on the previous move before c3.
Why can't you play rook d6 here?
Well, but even instead of the last king d7 on move 49, if you had just played rook d6, then I go queen c1, rook h8.
Yeah.
C3. I have to do c3. There's no other way breaking through. And this is flat 0, it says. So dc3. Queen c3, maybe this is just rook d8 or something.
Or queen d7? Oh yeah, you said rook d8, okay. Attacking this pawn, yeah? It's not so easy to break through.
Well, I thought queen c4 might win this game anyway for me, but it might not be that easy.
Queen c4, trying
to do something clever, don't ask me what. Bishop a5 might work here, but it doesn't. I need some tricks to work here, and this doesn't work.
Wow.
Maybe the king should stop on e2. I don't know.
More expressions from Jan. But Farrugia, he didn't do anything too shocking. He just moved his queen to f2. All right, let's take a look at Naka's game because he's not doing well. And it has gone the way that we were talking about with rook d3. Attacking the knight f4,
queen rook d6,
and queen a2. Yeah. So now, how does Vidit wrap this up? He's got to make 8 moves. There's a pawn on h6, Vishy. Is anyone interested in this? Or is it just a very bad idea to go grabbing that pawn?
No, I like it, but if you go knight g4, see what happens.
Yeah, this looks safer, doesn't it?
So rook takes e1, queen takes e1, rook c1.
Oh.
And I think because I have rook d1, I'm okay.
Wow, that's a nasty trap.
But rook d1, I don't see the problem, right? Yeah, so this seems to be enough.
And then you're basically just
well, my queen is protecting the pawn again, and black's king is just wide open over there.
Yeah.
But knight g4 is a calm move. If you can play it, it's good.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, rook h6 feels a lot looser somehow. Still seems to be good, I guess,
apparently
by the engine, but yeah.
If I don't know what happens for king at 7, just put the king on 7. King g7, excuse me. And then the advantage grew. Maybe I just go back to d6. I'm just 2 pawns up. So
just go back, yeah? Yeah, there might have been something even better. What could be even better here?
Queen d6.
Yeah, I like that. Beautiful. You found a way to guard the rook and make more threats.
Yes.
Well, okay, the moment of truth for Vidit. What is he going to choose? Knight g4? I think he'll go for your knight g4. Nope, he took the pawn. Okay. So Hikaru now 2 pawns behind.
Also, just put the king on g7. Because what is with its time is 13 minutes. Can I go rook d6? Is that spoiling my advantage or something?
No, rook d6 is also okay. I think the computer was okay with this. It just
sure. But so there's just that queen d6 was stronger, but this is fine.
So yeah, it does look like Vidit is going to take down.
I think we're going to
Hikaru.
have to stay with this game, right? But this is the big one.
Nepo, nothing's dramatic is going to happen in the next few minutes. And we should just check in on Pragya and Gukesh, because that could easily explode in time pressure. But it looks like Gukesh is, Pragnananda is just creating enough counterplay against d3 now. So after queen d2, bishop e6, I don't see this one really tilting.
I see.
Because your pawn is weak as well now.
That's why he put the rook here. You have to guard this pawn.
I think Pragnananda has defended extremely well. Could have easily become unpleasant, but it hasn't.
Well, so far we don't have a single result yet in the open section, and I was saying we might get 2 to 3 decisive games. I don't. We're gonna get one in FIDE versus Hikaru. I'm not sure where else we're gonna get it. So Abbasov, is he holding his own?
Our bet depends on Jan and Alireza, right?
Yeah, it does.
They're deciding our bet for us.
Yeah, how our recap is going to go. Which one of us is going to be in a better mood?
I must admit, at some point I thought you were just totally right, but many positions did not turn out to be as bad as I evaluated them.
So Abbasov seems to be holding on for this draw. By the way, he just made a move, and that move is king f4. So finally, his king is out of danger of being checked.
What is it doing on f4 exactly?
Blocking the bishop. Maybe he's trying to go to g5.
Oh, nice. If bishop e6, maybe king g5, but then bishop g4.
And so bishop here, probably something like that. Bishop g4. Can we organize a back rank attack? If I can only ever get this rook to the back rank and this rook to the back rank.
What about rook b1?
Rook b1, yeah, sure. Let's start attacking. I mean, actually, see, this is the beginning of Abbasov's attack in this game. You know, it's pretty fearsome when you see that king coming up the board.
I think Alexandra has cheered you up.
Well, he's holding on. He's holding on. This rook can't really move, so I feel pretty safe about Abbasov's position.
Okay. I think we have to go to Nakamura with it because it's time pressure. Not time pressure, but
yeah.
Let's see. Something could happen in the next few moments. Let's not miss it. And we have the good video feed as well. So rook h6.
Yeah, I feel like the main thing that we could miss is maybe like a resignation.
That's also true.
Because
if queen b2, I actually have queen g4 because I'm counterattacking on c8 as well. So that's one little detail.
Queen b2, you have queen g4.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, just one detail and then queen g4, yeah.
So like basically you're
that
saying...
wasn't even the best move apparently. There's something stronger.
Stronger than queen g4?
Queen d7 probably. Yeah, it's queen d7.
Yeah, it's the same idea, yeah?
Plus 34, okay.
Yeah, so...
so rook h6 he has played.
Looks pretty bad. How does Hikaru like even keep this?
King g7, queen d6 is... but we saw that even rook d6, if you're not thinking g6 is fine.
You know, it's interesting that Hikaru hasn't really been that expressive so far. Like, he's obviously knows that he's not doing well, but there's not a lot of theatrics today. He's really just trying to concentrate. Maybe he thinks he can still pull this out, right? Like, he's not wasting any energy on expression.
Wait, he's about to make a move. Can you guess what he's going to do? Not king g7, apparently.
I think he played queen b2.
But now queen d7 is shut. That's it. Is over, and queen g4 is over as well.
Yeah, it does not surprise me at all. In fact, Hikaru himself in his interview was saying how that's how it goes with the candidates. Like, you're under pressure for a long time, and then you make like the way Fabi blundered yesterday. He was explaining that he wasn't even surprised. He was actually kind of expecting him to blunder that.
Correct.
And that's the way it seems like his last move also just gives Vidit a chance to win the game. So very similar, in a bad position, it's easy to blunder.
Yeah, Vidit has 13 minutes, and okay, this is well within his reach.
So what you're saying, Vishy, is that queen d7,
queen
because
g7.
there's just no good way to guard this pawn?
And I thought queen g4 was just the same
And also this sort of...
It is apparently made in 29 or something. Anyway, it's that bad.
Yeah, this is quite terrible, isn't it? How do we even save that pawn? Should we go queen b3?
Then queen f5.
Yeah, then you're coming around from this side.
Yes, and G5 is crashing and F7 is crashing.
Yeah,
and
everything.
just everything.
Wow. So Hikaru's position is beyond salvation if Vidit like just uses his queen to make some threats.
Yes, and Queen G4 as well.
There is some action in Koneru versus Logno. Can we just see how they made the time control?
How did that get exciting? Oh my God, Koneru lost a pawn.
Yeah, she lost this pawn. She let the rook in. Apparently, it's not too bad for her, although it looks kind of awful, doesn't it?
So you have to go rook d8 check.
And then
because if you take on e5, I'll check on g1 first. So
and then you got to take on e5.
Then you take on e5.
E5, and then you go rook d5.
Rook d5, you can go b4, and I cannot take on e5 because then I'm losing. So rook d5, b4.
Yeah.
I go rook b5. And then you can take on h2 maybe. And then I go rook takes b4. And the computer thinks this is drawn. Or it's a very, very small thing.
Because I guess the king comes
king
over.
f1 and yeah. But I don't like my king being stuck on the 7th. If it was one rank up, this is a draw. But what did Humpy do?
So Humpy's still going to have a little bit of suffering here. How did this happen?
Lagno could, if she wins, she joins the second group. Lei and Goryachkina.
Yes, she would.
Suddenly that is also heating up.
Yeah, somehow she let the black rook infiltrate. How did all of this happen? So king f2, h5 was played by Logno. Rook d2, trying to stop the queen trade. But then she allows it anyway, so that was really like time troubled play.
Then she had to go king e1.
And queen
what
b2.
Happened? They agreed to draw what?
I think they agreed to draw. Yeah. What other result could it be? Well, Jan escapes from a really difficult position. That's quite the magical escape today.
Yes.
Without even being made to suffer too much, but you know.
Can you even try this king to the plan? I mean, you can enjoy this forever. I agree that probably black is just now has blockaded everything really well, but what a miraculous escape.
Yeah.
And I still think g6 was over.
Wow.
So.
Well, you know, Firouzja did his best to take down the tournament's leader, but he's going to stay on +2. Meanwhile, Gukesh versus Prague. This game is still giving us some suspense because things are not so clear. I mean, white got that knight to d5. Black is probably not going to be taking that knight, is he? This game is a little bit of a slow game to get off the ground, Vishy.
Yes.
Just a lot of maneuvering, no real pawn breaks in a very long time.
Vidit is going.
Vidit's about to make a move, yeah.
It has to be one of those two. Can you switch to their board?
Sure. Here it is.
Okay, let's see what it is. What's he going to play?
Yep, he moved his queen in. I think queen d7 is on the board. Yeah, poor Naka. I was kind of enjoying his comeback in this tournament.
Just when you think someone's doing well, I mean, you see that this tournament is so strong, anybody can upset. I mean, of all people, with it, after having gone through what he did yesterday, to come back like this today is just shows how strong this tournament is. Now, now it's obvious.
Yeah. You know, and I have to say, I feel like Hikaru will probably recover okay from this game. Like, this is not the worst game he's played in this tournament. He'll recover okay. He'll tell himself, you know, it's not the end of the world. It's not that important.
So you're saying the worst game he's played in this tournament is the other game to Vidit?
Yeah. The other one.
The other one to Vidit.
The other one that, you know, is the candidate for the worst game. Yeah, but now we see the expressions. When he knows that there's no way out, that's when he reveals his feelings. Yeah. Oh. Wow, neither of the American players are going to be in the leading group after this round, it seems. he's getting tossed back to 50%. Vidit is going to be at 50%. 50%
Prague is
with
plus
5.
1, Caruana is 50%. So Prague is alone on 50 plus 1, and then
it's going to be
Gukesh
Gukesh and Nepo.
Well, Gukesh Prague is not finished, of course. I mean, at the moment they're sort of
I mean,
equal, but
there's
it's not
going to
over.
be 5 more games left to play, Vishy. I mean, how much do you think is like a 1-point difference with 5 games still left to go? I mean, it's you can make it up, right? It just takes 1 round.
Yes. How many of his lives do you think Nepo has run through?
Yes.
He's got 9. How many has he run through, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has saved some very bad positions in this tournament.
He doesn't even look like he's saving them.
Like, you mean it's he doesn't even like have to, he doesn't get tortured for hours and hours.
I don't think he's, one drop of sweat has fallen off his head.
He was in trouble with Prague, with Naka, with Perugia now, you know, it's...
He doesn't even look like he's working. And he's just sailing out of these things.
Yeah.
Oh, then Hikaru just missed something clear. I don't think he knew Queen D7 was coming. Or I don't know what is happening.
He didn't see Queen D7.
He didn't see Queen D7
no.
before. But what, did he have something against Queen G4 then? I don't know. What could he have had against Queen G4?
I think Queen B2 was just a blunder in every way.
Sure.
Yeah. You know, Hikaru said that he's trying to enjoy all these moments, you know, because he doesn't know how many more candidates tournaments he's going to be playing. Like, this could be his last one or his second to last one.
It's crazy. And maybe he really feels that way. I mean, I'm sort of thinking along similar lines, but later stage. But I thought Hikaru is playing the best chess of his... I mean, I was very impressed by how he's playing last year. Yeah. And how he's playing in the faster controls as well. He plays the faster controls very well. And, you know, he turns up at classical tournaments, gets the job done, qualifies for whatever he has to qualify, and flies back home. He wins Norway chess, and it seems that he thinks that he has no chance at all, or seems to at least want to convey this image.
I think
for me, it's really, it's weird.
Yeah, it's not even about him not thinking he has a chance. I think maybe he thinks he's not going to really have the interest to do it in his 40s. You know, as he's approaching 40, he kind of, so he does see like at least another candidate's tournaments left in him, but he said that he doesn't see himself doing it in his 40s. Oh, so sad. He's had, you know, he's contributed to a lot of the excitement in this tournament, you know, and now he's very just disappointed knowing that there's not much he can do, no matter how resourceful he can try to be here. Let's take a look at Gukesh versus Prague. They have not made time control yet.
Can you see the contrast between Vidit with white today and Vidit with white yesterday? It's just how the game shapes up.
Still not much is happening in this game. I mean, Prague still needs to make the time control. He has 5 more moves left to make in 5 minutes. So it's not, I wouldn't say this game is over. If Black makes this trade, that starts to help White.
Yes, because ED5 is in a serious bit of thing.
So Prague needs to keep sitting here. Can we discuss this move, Vishy?
Sure.
I mean, is it just a terrible idea to allow me to take and then weaken that pawn?
Just one question. Could I play F5 instead of knight e5?
F5.
Or am I crazy?
Ah.
Think that. It's collapse. Why? E takes F5 is winning probably.
And then what do we have?
Some queen H5 or what? Well, yeah, bishop takes D3. Is it rook F1? Maybe just rook B6 and I'm losing the pawn. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. So I can't yet lash out.
Yeah. You got to stay put.
So he's got to stay put, exactly.
Yeah, poor Hikaru, he's finding it hard to even make a move here. You know, and he's normally, you know, if there's a resource...
Is Hikaru down to 3 minutes?
Yeah, Hikaru is down to 3 minutes, and he still has a lot of moves left to make, but he just cannot find even a move to keep the game going.
The position is worse than the situation, the time situation.
Yeah.
You just...
So back to 50% for Hikaru with 5 rounds left to go. You can still win the tournament from that position, right, Vishy?
What's he going to do? Queen A2 or?
Yeah.
Queen B3.
Queen B3.
And Queen F5.
Yeah, poor black king, with that G pawn extended. Somehow this game did not work out very well for him in the middle game. Yeah. We thought his opening was quite solid. All right. You want to stay on this game, Vishy, until they make time control?
There's not like something dramatic is happening in the other two, so we might as well watch the drama here because still there is a finish.
I mean, Vidit
Not
has been
a
involved.
lot of which has been left, but
Yeah,
there
Vidit
he
has
goes, Queen
been
F5.
involved in so many of the decisive games in this tournament. I mean,
I
he
think
must be
there's
the
a
player with the
resignation coming.
most.
Yes.
He must be the player with the most decisive games.
Yeah. And our producer is telling us to sit on our hands, so we're going to sit on our hands.
Yeah. Well, the big threat is queen takes g5. And the players have to play one more game before we get a free day on Tuesday. I'll tell you a funny little story about Hikaru.
Okay.
So when I watched his stream a few days ago, it was right before the free day, and he said, "Okay, I'll see you guys on Tuesday." And they were like, "No, it's not Tuesday that you'll be playing. It's like Saturday." And he's like, "What day is today?" And he didn't know what day it was. And the reason it was funny is because I had that same issue when we were doing the recap before the free day. I had absolutely no idea what day of the week it was.
Okay.
So it was just like the same thing had happened to him on the same day. I think that's the way it goes in a tournament. You just at some point lose track of time.
Also, chess players don't have days of the week.
What do they have?
We can be playing on
Yeah.
weekends, and we can be free the whole week.
That's right.
So for us, the joy that the rest of the planet feels on weekends is something alien to us.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure it's not only chess players, but you understand there's a segment for home.
Yeah.
Sunday is a big deal.
Right.
These annual holidays are a big deal and so on.
Right.
For chess players, we play World Rapid and Blitz somewhere in Christmas and New Year. And then we think, so, we live in a parallel
Do you
calendar.
have something resembling a routine in your life?
What do you think about
Rishi?
Rook G6?
Okay.
Queen G6. Then I repeat and take on G5 as well.
Right.
Then I repeat back to G6 and I play Knight F7. Let me show that.
Okay. You're saying this one?
So you take.
Yeah.
I take Queen
Pawn
G6
takes,
check.
Queen takes.
If King F8, Knight D7 is mate, you go King H8.
Checkmate in 1.
You go King H8. Now I go Queen H6.
Mm-hmm.
You go King G8. I go Queen takes G5. You go King H8. I go back. I slid the back again. Queen G H6 and H G6.
Can I just get my rook in at some point?
Yes, actually you can. I wanted to say Queen G6, King H8,
Yeah.
Knight F7, take, and I'm 4 pawns up. That should be enough for these rooks.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
Hikaru
resigned.
resigned, yeah? He resigned after rook takes G6. Wow, he did not see any. Can you show us again, how do you want to end this?
It's kind of silly. I should finish Queen G6 check, King H8, Rook E4, and so on.
There you go,
Yeah,
okay. That seems pretty convincing, using the rook lift at the end. And these
How does
checks
black
don't
even?
help.
How is it mate in 10? Why is it not mate in 2?
Well, you can give a check, take the rook.
Oh, Rook C1 check, H1 check, Queen H1 check.
Yeah, you
something
can
like that.
delay.
Okay.
You can delay.
But that's still only 6. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
All right, so this game is over. How about, yes, Krush
Caruana.
versus Prague. Actually, something has happened. And I did ask you this question, is this at all a possible move? And at some point he actually did, but no, there were some changes though. He first played F6, which actually kind of cool.
Correct.
I
So he
like
will not
that.
have to capture with the D pawn. And then he took the knight and the bishop
Yes,
and plugged the hole.
nice.
And now he'll just sit behind that. So I
Yeah.
think he has probably
Yeah.
saved it, right?
Right.
Queen E7 and then Rook D7, D8 as appropriate. And
Yeah, this knight is really good here. It completely blocks the bishop. If you
Yeah.
ever take it, you take with the F pawn. And he's made, hasn't made move 40. He has one more move left to make to time control. Gukesh has made move 40 after Queen E7, Rook B7. So he just needs to play,
Rook D7 and then
yeah, this a very calm move. And maybe the players will agree to a draw pretty soon. What do you think?
quite good odds of that happening.
And then we have Nijat. Are they having any trouble making time control?
Nijat's king is having a second youth.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to G5. It sort of wandered off to E4. What's it doing out there?
So what does white do here? Rook C6. So he's like keeping this rook totally tied down. I mean, the problem
he's threatening bishop C7 as well.
Ah, nice. A little threat over here. Okay. So Caruana's chances to win here are really not that great. I mean, there's not much to work with. So I think, you know, it looks like you're actually winning our bet. I can't believe it with that paltry 1 point prediction, Vishy, that you're going to win the bet for today.
And how are you going to acknowledge this predictive superiority of mine?
I'll find a way to work it into the recap at the very end, you know, when the most people are listening.
Okay, good. That's my goal.
Yeah.
Hey, could he have gone? No, he can't go to C7 because then rook A2. Okay, I thought that he could have gone to C7. He's gone to D6, and if rook A2, then I'm just playing king F3 and coming back.
Rook A4. Okay, so things are really petering out here.
Well, if bishop takes C5 or bishop D5 check is over.
Oh,
so
wow.
he can't blunder into that.
Blunder. Don't blunder that one, Nijab. Please don't blunder.
So he's got to step back with king F3, and then it's going to be a draw.
Okay. Yeah.
No, king F3, then I take on C4 and D5 is a problem. Wait a minute, he's actually a little bit of spot of bother.
Okay, you're saying this could, but there's rook C5 though.
Ah, okay.
And he doesn't hang the
Just
fork.
about, but rook A4 was a nice
Yeah,
trade.
How much time does he have? He has
What about king D3?
minutes.
What about king D3? Am I going to lose that?
Well, we're going into a pin.
But you go bishop F5 check.
Mm-hmm.
And if king E2, you go bishop E4. But I have rook B6. I think for the moment I'm still alive. But bishop D6 was careless. No, couldn't you have gone bishop C7?
I really like king F3, being very safe with that king.
You're right.
And getting out of that hole.
Or king F4 even.
Yeah. King F4 is...
Is it riskier? Oh, bishop takes C4 and then there's a discovery. No, sorry, that's a bad move. So, my God, did he blunder that? Can we see
Caruana and Abbasov on the screen?
On the screen, we want to see what Abbasov is doing, how he's reacting to this.
I think he
has
played
probably
king
missed
F3.
something.
I think he's played king F3.
Yes, that's king's on a light square.
Yeah, king's on F3. Okay. So he's got 2 more moves of time control. He has 2 minutes. Caruana actually has less time.
Did he play king F3? Yes, he has, right?
Yeah, it's on the board. Yep.
If rook takes C4, then I take, and I have to play rook C5.
Right. And he did not take anything. He played the move, I think it was F6. Pawn to F6 by Caruana. Okay.
What about king G3 now? And then, or even bishop F4, I think is shut down.
So no one's interested in this pawn, yeah, because of like...
Oh, bishop C5, sorry, actually.
I mean,
because then I have rook D6. Oh, rook D6 takes bishop D5 check and rook G4 check. Exactly what I should not be doing. So just go back a second. How do we nail this cleanly?
King G3? Bishop, yeah, maybe king G3. And then, but then you have bishop D5, right?
Maybe E4 or something.
Wow.
But this looks like unnecessary, more trouble than it's worth. Why don't we just play king G3?
King G3. Don't bother taking the pawn,
Yeah,
right?
just
go
king
king
G3.
G3. Okay, I think he's doing it. He's going with your advice.
There's my man.
Okay.
And he's taken on C4.
Coaching sessions this year are really working out for him.
And now we should keep the upset card bishops. I mean, why bother with the rook ending? Just play bishop takes C5 and put the bishop on D4. Oh, bishop takes C5, same mistake.
Right,
so he has
same
to
mistake.
take with the rook.
And I think he did. I think he took with the rook. Yeah, rook C5 is on the board. That's the safe way to go. Stopping all bishop D5 ideas. And, okay, this one, he's really navigating to safety. The bishop's hanging, so is this pawn.
And the problem for Fabi is that bishop E6, he has bishop F4, and that plugs the whole thing.
That's your point. So when you go here, we just move back and don't let you have a check on G4. Yeah,
Yes.
very safe. And by the way, Abbasov has made it to move 40.
So he gets his 30 minutes. Fabiano
Yeah.
is down to 26 seconds.
I mean, I kind of like it that he's playing better in the second half. He's, not making it easy for the top seeds to defeat him. And well, today's opening was not amazing. He did not have a great situation.
But he hung in there.
But yeah, he hung in there. And that is making a difference in this tournament.
Fabi has gone bishop e6 or f7?
F7.
F7, okay, yeah.
He's protected the pawn. Players.
But now rook c7, is that working? No, then rook g4 check. I think now bishop f4 has to be done.
Yeah, you don't want to allow this check, right?
Yes. So that could be serious trouble.
This
so
is
bishop
your...
f4. And that's it.
Yeah.
And rook c7 and it's over.
And then just trade everything. Okay. Makes sense. Well, we are going to take a break now that all the games have made the time control. It looks like this one is going to be a draw. And the game between Gukesh and Prague is also going to be a draw. So we're really on track to have just one decisive game in the open event.
Someone predicted that, didn't they? Irina?
Yeah, we're not at that point yet in the recap, Mishi. So, yes, but I don't know how you guessed it. I mean, I was thinking of all of these games with,
There was a moment when I wondered if my prediction was on the mark, but what can I tell you?
And Tan has regained the lead in the women's tournament with a convincing, crushing victory with the black pieces over Vaishali. So take a look at her interview while we go on the break.
Tan Junyi just won her game against Vaishali with black pieces, and it seemed that the game went really well and really easy for you. Can you tell a bit about this game?
谭中一刚刚用黑方赢了，然后看起来你这盘棋赢得很顺利，你可以跟我们讲一讲你的这盘棋吗？
对方选择了他从未选择的开局，我不知道他准备了什么，但是我避开了他的准备，而且是极大的避开了。
So she chose to use an opening that she never played before. I'm not sure what she has prepared, but I avoided completely her preparation, and it seems she was out of preparation.
但是对我来说其实是一个好的消息，因为她愿意战斗。在我昨天那盘自杀式的输棋之后，其实我急需要一盘赢棋来挽回我的信心。但是我因为是黑棋，其实主动权不在我，但是这个结果很好，能够帮助我调整从昨天失利的那种情绪。
So this was a good news for me because that means she had a very fighting spirit, and actually, so. As black, I don't have the choice to choose the opening, but after yesterday's loss, I really need this win to regain my confidence.
So yeah, indeed, yesterday you lost to your compatriot. So what happened? Can you tell a couple of things about yesterday's game and how you managed to overcome this loss?
对面昨天的时候，你很遗憾的输了那盘棋，你可以跟我们说说发生了什么，然后你今天是如何准备的，就是重新心理上面。
昨天那盘棋我因为领先下的有一点纠结，我是想战斗的，因为我也是一个非常战斗的棋手，但是中间有重复的机会，但是我在那里消耗了过多的时间。总的来说，我认为输棋的绝大部分原因不是技术，所以说我今天这盘棋就是调整了心态，希望能够下得坚固一些，但是没有想到有这么好的结果。
So yesterday, I was very hesitant because I was in lead, so there was opportunities to repeat for a draw. So, but I spent a lot of time on that. I don't think that was technical skills. It was more like time issues and psychologically. And today I wanted to play more solid, and I didn't expect to have this chance to win so easily.
So does it mean that actually being in the sole leader in the tournament before put a lot of pressure on you psychologically?
这说明之前您领先是有给您很大的心理压力吗？
我觉得不是心理压力，就是正因为一直没有输齐，所以说可能有一些完美主义，输掉了可能就好了。Yeah.
I don't think that was much psychological pressure, but it was just like I was being a little bit perfectionist because I have not lost a game. So maybe this loss was actually helpful for me.
That's an interesting perspective, and thank you very much for coming here.
非常就是有趣的一个想法，谢谢您来跟我们讲。
Thank you.
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
So the game between Alireza Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi finished in a draw. It seems that you had some chances, some very interesting position with this lone pawn chain, and you sacrificed in exchange. So could you just briefly go through the game, like just the key moments? Did you feel that you could press more somewhere?
Yeah, I think I was better for sure, but I don't know if it was enough, but yeah, for sure I had a chance.
Well, you said at one of the interviews that you were going to play a really risky chess in the next games, that you will try to find all the chances that you can. So today it was actually quite a solid game from you. So can we expect more fireworks in the future games, or you just like you are past this point of taking a lot of risks?
I'm trying to play for win, but when the chances comes, I take it. But today I had chance, but I couldn't find the best ways.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
We have one game remaining in the candidates for round 9, and that is between Humpy Koneru and Katarina Lagno. In the open event, 3 games finished in draws. They wrapped up after the time control, and one decisive result between Vidit beating Hikaru for the 2nd time in this tournament. He seems to be kind of Hikaru's most difficult opponent here. So let's take a look, Vichy, at this end game where Katarina is up a pawn, but the engine is telling us that Humpy is not supposed to experience any problems here.
I was wondering what kind of fortress to create. I thought maybe e4 works. Let's see. And if g4, I think kind of important to get over here and stop before you can come this way to the square. So when you come here, I just stop you right there. That's just a starting thing, and I want to get e4 out of the way before black plays e4 somewhere. So I mean, if I went here and you did this, well, it doesn't seem too worried, but I thought this is some excitement we don't need. It doesn't seem to care, but I'm not sure why.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's annoying because you're trying to get 2 connected pass pawns for black.
Right. Anyway, I thought that e4 would work fine, but does black really have any plan here? If I go here, then king f5 should be... Of course, I can always go here then, so that I'm always giving this check when your king is trying to roam free. But if I go g4, what does it do? Goes here, I go here. And then, oh, then I can do this. Oh no, then it's king takes g4, I think. Yes. So I have to play what?
Is it e4 to try to go like rook f5?
But then g3 should be quite unpleasant, I think.
Yeah, your pawns just promote, yeah?
It's... I don't know if this works. No, this is a blunder.
Wow.
Apparently
king
because
h4
the
is a
king,
blunder.
yeah.
Wow,
But
because the
apparently
king
this
cannot...
is winning, yes.
and then the pawns just run.
Right. Okay. So I think it's healthy to start with e4 and then just slide the rook up here. And maybe it just draws on its own because black doesn't have the requisite.
So this is really a key move for white, just to like take away the big chances from black. So
I like to rule it out. It doesn't seem to be necessary, but I think from a human perspective, this is...
So basically, as long as there's no real danger to white in this position and you're able to go rook f8, then yeah, why not go for this? I mean, we want to go rook f8, rook f5 and create play here.
Hang on one second. Just can you go king g5 here? Rook f8.
Yeah.
King h4.
Okay.
What draw is this?
Well, let's go for the pawn.
Rook f5, king g3.
Yeah, let's take it.
And rook h a2 maybe. Oh, that is also a thing. Rook a1.
you wanted to go this way, yeah?
Yeah, but you might not be more exact actually. Because if you go rook a2, I think you can play rook g5. And the normal way to win would be rook a1 check.
Yeah.
King e2, rook g1.
Right.
So this works when there's no e pawn, but here white has an e pawn.
White has a pawn.
So
That's
I would then run that up.
Annoying, yeah. So Katerina is waiting to see on whether Humpy is going to play the move e4, or maybe she, I mean, because there are definitely practical winning chances for black if like white doesn't play this move.
Yes.
So the main idea is to go king f5. Like if you stay, we go here. If you stay, we push. That's how black plans to win.
And already the evaluation is lost.
Right. So white cannot just afford
to wait,
to do nothing. And why are we losing here? I mean, I guess what's the, I mean, g4 or
make a move, but what move, right?
Yeah, let's sit.
g3.
And let's sit.
Can I go rook f2 check?
Rook f2, and then eventually you'll start like doing going just for this pawn.
Then yeah.
Unless you go the pawn, and if you go king e1,
rook f3, and
g2.
G2, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait.
So
I go rook b1.
I know what you're going to show us. Wait, I think I know. Wait, do I? Yeah, I do. Wait, I do. Wait 1 second. I'm trying to calculate the pawn endgame.
e4 is winning, I think, right?
King f2, like, so if we go for this.
That's a draw.
Right, that's what I mean. Like this pawn endgame, unfortunately, black cannot win because on this move you go there, and on this move you go there, and I can never win your pawn.
Yes.
And so you're trying to go here.
Rook, if rook, no, it says it's a draw.
Rook g1, yeah, we blundered.
But wait,
that.
no, I didn't blunder. Rook g1, rook g3. Oh, I didn't blunder because when I go rook g4, you're going to go rook a1.
Yes, I'm moving my
and
rook.
then you have that distance, right?
Yeah, and then you can't promote. Let's just show people.
Take.
Because this is actually a drawn king and pawn endgame with opposition.
Correct.
So the way you win as black is...
So rook f3, rook... Yeah, so what am I doing here? What about king g4?
King g4, I
that's
think,
the easiest. Rook b8, and I could just take a knight.
Yeah, you can make a knight if you want.
Or rook takes rook takes e3, you go king f2. So that's not good either. What else can you play? Rook f5. Rook f5 does the job as well.
Yeah.
Rook g8, rook g5, takes, king, and e4. And now, because we got the opposition, we win.
Yeah, the black wins this one. Well, basically, what have we uncovered for the viewers, Vishy? We've uncovered that white does need to have a proactive approach to this end game. You can't just sit still and wait for black to play king f5 and g4. You will lose eventually. So that is why your initial idea of e4, how did, like, you just intuitively felt like you got to stop king f5?
I actually thought rook b8, e4 was winning for black.
Let's actually explore that a bit. Like rook b8.
Why is it not winning?
Yeah, why is this still holding for white?
Just play fe4 and see what happens. g4. It's not dropping as much as I expected it to.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's going to go for rook b5 as a fortress. Just try that. It's going to go rook b5. Oh, but then king g6 might be winning because that allows me to liberate my... Oh, so I go not rook b5, but what? Rook f8 check. King g5, and I'm playing e5.
And then e5. Yeah, I mean, of course, I wouldn't really choose this path as white, to be honest. You know, I just psychologically, it's very hard to fight against these pawns. But maybe it's going to be interesting to see what Humpy chooses. Have we exhausted like all the lines here, or you got some more for us?
I can't touch my king, except to move it to e1, which doesn't seem a good idea, because that rook e2, I think, is quite unfortunate.
Oops. Okay, rook e2. Yeah. So basically, this is it. This is the simple move. They go here, we take, and then we activate the rook, and we want to come
Just see
here.
some move other than rook b8. Let's say rook b5. It should be lost because I'll go rook a2, rook a4, right? No, it doesn't seem to be lost. Rook a2. And then what are you doing? Is it rook f8 anyway?
It's probably we're in time.
Rook a4. King e7. And let's take the pawn, right? And then just rook b8 and king f2 maybe. And I never let your king get close. So king f2. I'm threatening king g3.
Yeah.
And every time you come close to f5 square, I'll check you away and stop your king ever sitting next to that pawn.
Right. It's kind of amazing. We're down 2 pawns here and still making
But this
a draw.
is a draw as well.
But obviously, you wouldn't really ever want to be in that situation. So you would play, rook to b8 immediately.
Rook b5. If you know this idea with king f2 g3, you might do it. But anyway, what we should do is to decide which one you're going for in the beginning and then stick to it rather than improvising every move.
Humpy's now down to 13 minutes. And again, 7 minutes and 46 seconds for Logno. What do you think about taking a look at some of the other key games that we haven't gotten into today?
Sure.
All right, this is the fun stuff. Now I get to wake up. Okay, let's do my favorite game, which was Nepo Firouzja. So at some point, something went really wrong for Firouzja, and it was, okay, things here were already starting to get good, but it really accelerated, and let's see if we can figure out that precise moment. So first of all, I guess maybe around here we can look like this move b6 seems.
I think he doesn't want to allow a6, a5, but might feel a bit relaxed.
Like it's already pretty unpleasant for black, yeah?
Yes.
So he goes b6, then this bishop comes out. Knight c4. And I think around here, this is like, it starts to get even worse than it is. So how do we defend this better for black? Should we have, I mean, taking on f4 is not optimal.
What about bishop f6 instead of bishop d6? Then to play
f6.
knight b8, c6. Is that an idea? Or is white just going to take on d7 and play f5? And then your bishop has lost time.
Same kind of idea, you think, that white can do that trade.
f5. But maybe you just play g5, yes. No, it's huge apparently. Maybe queen h6 and queen h5 and f. No, it's not f7. Because here I go bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
It's some huge advantage, but why? Oh, that bishop
Maybe
on
just
f7
h4 at some
h4,
point,
yes.
yeah. Yeah, that bishop is pretty awful, so.
f6 and still can't do very much, okay.
Yeah, so we can't go there, although here we're maybe not completely lost.
g6 maybe?
g6, yeah. But I guess.
Maybe bishop c1. And that's awkward, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult pawn to defend, yeah. Well, this point 8 is a very uncomfortable point 8 for black, isn't it? Even like holding it at this level, it seems pretty hard. So is there any other move that we could make? Like, so bishop h3, Like everything started just to go downhill so much for Nepo.
Knight c4. Okay, let's look at bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6.
Thereupon, Firouzja decided on something very interesting, which is he just took on d7.
Yeah, and apparently, like, okay, so knight takes d6, queen takes. So, I mean, I guess he went for something reasonable. Maybe there wasn't a lot better than this. And this was basically the position they had. Do you think white could have made any improvements here? I think maybe this was the moment to improve something.
Bishop c1, he went queen c6.
Mm-hmm.
Could he have gone knight b8 instead?
Ah, to try to avoid that trade. And you really want to get the knight here and not let me trade off my bishop, yeah?
Maybe you go bishop f5. But then I can take, and he takes f4, maybe. Bishop f5. No, that's in fact a terrible move, okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking
So,
like
f5?
f5 is
But
interesting.
the bishop is on the wrong side of it. Okay, no, try f5 actually.
Mm-hmm.
And if f6, maybe bishop g4, h5 first.
Ah, like
That
that.
must be very big. Yes, that is huge.
Yeah.
Because I can put the bishop on h5 and then play h4, g4, g5. And the bishop's there to discourage the black bishop from getting out. Might be awful.
So basically, like on knight b8, we're still going f5.
Yes.
Okay.
So he went queen c6 instead.
He went queen c6. So actually, here's the question then, right? So then maybe that whole thing was not optimal, too many piece trades. Do you think now we should just go with your idea of f5?
It's possible. What should black play? Oh, she's allowing e4, but she's gone rook b8. Okay, we checked that that is in fact still drawing. So as long as she knows what she's doing, should be.
So it's not like the favorite move of the computer, f5, but it still looks kind of interesting. What else can we do?
Well, black is threatening f5. I think that's one of the reasons.
Ah, you think he wants to do that?
Because the queen is spinning. No, that's knight takes d6, which temporarily distracts it. But maybe black's playing f5. I mean, just make a move like bishop d2, and then see if f5 comes up.
Yeah, it is the idea.
That is the threat, right?
So we need to deal with that. That's why he plays this move. I see.
Okay, so what about king f2?
King f2. So you don't want to like maybe decisively deal with any of these ideas. Like, I'm still thinking maybe. So we have to make that trade before we go f5. We can't just.
It's a question of whether you want to keep the bishop or not. Maybe that bishop will turn out to be
Maybe
useful.
this is another way.
f6, okay.
Yeah, similar to what he did in the game, but we still have this knight and bishop on the board.
So f6.
f6.
And now do you take or not take?
But then if I take, it's just the game, isn't it?
So try g4. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's hard for you to remove this knight. I guess it's not easy for you to go for this plan. It takes a little bit of time. Want to try bishop c7 and see if you have time for this before I launch my attack?
Okay, let me go bishop c7.
Okay. Now let me see. How big of a deal is this thing? Okay, it's like. All right, let's go h4. We don't have any time to waste. a6.
Okay, a6, then g5. That is 0.
0 is because I guess you're taking, yeah? Taking twice? No. Well, how are you keeping this as...
G6?
Is it g6? That is amazing. I think it is actually this move. Or some version of it. It's this one,
It's
isn't
not
it? It's f takes.
Okay, head g5, and what's the difference now? You're playing g6 here. G6, f6, h5, and then bring the bishop out via...
Oh, wow.
Maybe.
That's fascinating. No.
It's not it either.
But it's actually a cool idea. So you wanted me to go like f6 and then h5 and then try to like get the bishop out.
But the f6 pawn is so much more powerful. Maybe bishop d2 and b4 will be very good for white.
Yeah, I mean, the f6 pawn is really good here, isn't it? Okay, so how do we equalize this position where black is apparently just fine? We can sack a bishop on f5, which I doubt.
What about bishop d8? Or what about b5? Yeah.
Okay, I like that. So it's good enough. You know, the thing is that every time I play g6, you just take me. So that's a problem.
Yes.
So b5 definitely, it's a bit of an issue. That's why I was afraid. I was afraid of like this a6 b5 plan.
I think Felicia, that's why he decided to take
trade it. Yeah, but I'm still mystified. Like, is this really the maximum that he had? Because it seems like it drops by about half a pawn.
Yes.
Like what he winds up going for, it's still nice, but it's a little bit less than what it seems like there is here. There's actually another interesting position in today's round that we could try to uncover. You want to try it?
Sure.
Okay. This is the position where Lei was having the advantage against Salimova, and she let it escape. And so Alexandra and I were trying to figure out this position right here. So we see this edge of 0.9 for white. And this 0.9 eventually dissipated. And so let's try to hold on to it. Okay. Black just played queen d6 because they want to go bishop d7 probably and castle's queen side.
Can I go knight d2?
Knight
no,
d2.
Knight d4. Yeah. Well, I wanted to castle and then bring the knight back.
Ah, okay.
What about g6?
Interesting. By the way, let's just take a quick look at what's going on between Logno and Canaru. Logno, here we go.
But we're just transposed to my rook f8 check. So
right. Oh, so we're going rook f8 and e4, and it's going to be a draw.
I think they'll probably come into this king h4 g3 thing, and then people have to hold that.
Right.
But that's not too difficult as it seems.
Right. But you're pretty sure she's going to go like for e4 here. Yeah.
What else could you go? Could you go king e6? I'll just play rook e4, and then I'm threatening rook g8.
Which other move do you want to do for white?
Instead of king g5, I don't see any other way. Now I'm out of options.
Yeah.
But here I'll go e4, and I'm threatening rook g8, and that should be good enough, right?
Okay, so still balanced. All right, let's let them think about it. So let's do our search for the right move right here. So you were saying g6 maybe.
But then f5, well, we'll have to see what's happening f5.
Yeah, g6 is interesting. f5. You want to go f4. Wow. Well, that seems to be about keeping our advantage, even increasing it. So your idea with g6 is kind of what? Like if I take, rook takes.
When you go what? So knight f4? No, I take and take on c5. Okay.
And I'm in this slightly unpleasant pin. Bishop d7. Shall we try that?
But bishop takes c5 doesn't, yeah, it wins on the pin. And rook takes c6.
Oh, yeah. Let's show people why. We already have a winning threat on the board. Yeah, we get 2 pieces for the rook. Okay, so I need to deal with this bishop c5 move, which is pretty big. So I can, well, queen c7 I really don't want to do. Yeah.
So let's just see, she's gone king e6, and now after e4, this might be over very fast. Because rook g8 is coming in. That's it.
Yeah. e4 is quite intuitive, I would say, right? Because you just like stop the black king from improving, and then you want to go rook g8. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to the analysis. Here we go. All right. So we said g6.
Actually, hang on. Give me a second.
Yeah. You want to find something else for white?
Yeah. I just want to think and see if there's something I find with this big advantage.
I came up with an idea here too, Vishy. It was a little bit crazy. I was telling Alexandra, what about attacking the queen and then going king d2?
That's cute.
Yeah, and I was inspired by Salimova's own game, against Humpy from this tournament when she did that king walk. So I thought it was an interesting way to get myself castled because, but on the other hand, I guess the problem is that you go bishop d7, don't you?
King c1 and you castle.
Yeah,
as well, right?
I get castled and then you get castled. And so maybe that wasn't the most incisive. I see. So the goal of the position is not just for white to get castled, it's also to stop black from castling.
What about a3?
a3. All right, you want to go b4. Interesting. Can such a thing really work? Wow.
The evaluation drops a lot.
It drops, yeah, a bit. I guess probably bishop d7.
Or maybe, no, knight f4, bishop d7,
Or not.
then b4 and rook d1. I thought it's quite strong. Because
What
now I can keep hitting you without defending that pawn on b4.
Right. So what am I supposed to do on a3? What is it, like a5? I mean, could that be it?
Maybe knight f4.
Knight f4?
Queen c4. Knight g6 maybe. And I'm getting out bishop e6.
And you're threatening this, yeah?
Well, rook d1, I go queen e6. Humpy has gone e4.
Yeah.
And Katerina has gone rook f6.
Or maybe is this one? No, wait.
No,
We're supposed to go here? Where's our...
With queen e6 you can do.
Queen e6 I didn't like as much.
Oh, queen d4 maybe, yeah.
Kind of complicated.
Okay, what about knight e5 maybe? Instead of queen e6.
That one feels right. Yep. There you go. You found the right counterattack for black, and black comes out even ahead. Okay, so a3, kind of interesting, but yeah. So the knight f4 is the answer to that, and I guess we really don't want to take this knight, yeah, because that just leaves our king very exposed. So the key move, so we have to deal with this move.
Let's just check what Humpy is doing, because there's one draw I want to suggest.
Okay.
She's gone by rook h6, so that obviously stopping rook f5. But now I want to go rook g8. You give rook f6 check, and I go king e2.
And you just sit on this position, yeah?
King e3.
And then black cannot really advance that pawn. I think she's going for that.
Yes.
Yeah, she went for rook g8, avoiding the rook trade. By the way, she's about 6 minutes versus close to 3 for Katerina.
Rook f6 check has happened. All she has to do is to go king e2 and she's home. As we saw, even king g2 here.
Yeah.
But she's gone king e2. Even king g2, rook f4. King g3, rook e4, and rook f8. And if I stop your king coming to defend g4, I might drawn as well. We don't need it. King e2, rook f4, king e3, and that's it. All she needs now is this.
So basically you're saying that like this pawn isn't going anywhere, the rook cannot move, and the king cannot even really assist in anything.
Because if you go to f7, I go rook g5.
Right.
And if you play king f6, which looks clever, then I'm simply doing king d3. And you cannot improve your position.
There's no zugzwang.
There is nothing at all. Both squares work equally well for me.
Yeah.
So that's it, right?
Yeah. Okay, as long as I don't really move this rook anywhere. What if I mess around with this move? Oh, wow. can lose.
No, here I'll give a check and go king
Yeah.
f4. If you're going to do
Just
this, you should check
infiltrate.
again. If you're going to do this, check again and go. No, rook king g5, rook g8 check.
Check, and then try to.
King h4, rook e8.
But apparently I'm still losing this one.
Yes, probably g3.
And rook f1?
What about g2?
Ah, you can do it. But then you have to, how about rook f1? Let's not get too technical here.
Okay, then rook e8. Yes.
I guess we had to get a bit technical. Yeah, because now you're trapping my king,
Your
aren't
king will
you?
end up on g1 and all that.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. So we had to just try to promote the pawn. But wait, no. Wait, maybe there's rook g4 here.
Yes, rook g4 as well. But
This might be the technical way to win. Yeah, there you go.
minus 96. Looks
Yeah,
good.
and then the pawn promotes. Pretty cool. All right, but
She's put the king on d3, so we're here.
oh, here we are. So she finds the one move, and Katerina doesn't really make progress from this position. Yeah, she can give a check, then we just go back. The pawn hangs, and yeah, they should be agreeing to a draw pretty soon. So shall we start talking about the day's events, Vishy? Like, how do you feel who this day favored in general? In the women, obviously we know who it favored in the women.
Then Zhangyi won the only game there and regained her lead.
Yeah. Very convincing
Vaishali
game.
having a very tough tournament. Is it the fourth loss in a row? Yes.
You know, I haven't been counting them, but yeah, it's just gone down really downhill for her.
So that's just
And it's
very,
interesting
very tough
that she started by winning against Salimova, so her tournament was not looking so bad, but since that moment, it just went downhill.
It's been going down.
Do you think that it makes a difference for Prague in the sense, like, it must be kind of painful for him to see his sister do so badly, and just for the atmosphere and sort of it's not like they're completely separate, right? Even though they're playing separate tournaments, but they're still here as a family.
I'm sure, but I think during a tournament, you have to block everything else out, right? You might even feel sympathy for some friend of yours, but there's no space for that here.
It's hard for me to say because I've never had a sibling play chess, and I imagine that would actually be very difficult to not, to not be bothered by how they're doing when they're playing also something very important for them.
Yes, but especially you don't want to make it worse by getting into trouble as well.
Right.
So you have to
shut it out.
And they are different tournaments. They are separate tournaments. So he can't, I don't think he can afford to be like that. I'm sure he feels her pain, but that's it. Okay.
And how about in the Open? Who do you think today favored? I mean, other than the obvious, Vidit versus Naka, anything in the draw?
I think it helped Vidit recover in his tournament, and clearly this must feel good.
Yeah.
But it doesn't affect the top that much. It removes Hikaru from the +1 group.
Yeah.
But other than that, it didn't actually change the top.
Abbasov is definitely someone who's going to get a moral boost from today's game, where he was, a bit worse out of the opening.
He did well to defended extremely well.
Yeah. I don't know. What about Nepo? Bad position, but defense again.
Like I keep marveling, he doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat. And I think he was busted today.
But you say, Vishy, that getting a lot of bad positions is not great. You don't want to be defending a lot. And he's had to defend quite a lot, but at the same time, not defend for a long time.
He's not defending. He's just sitting there for a few minutes and then walking home. And he doesn't look like he's suffered at all. So I don't know what to say. It's one of his skills that he can make anything look effortless. And there's this lightness about him. But you have to say, if you keep giving opportunities to score, your opponents will score. So you can't do this forever. But today I thought he was in big trouble because even what Firuzha did looked nice.
Yeah.
And but somehow Firuzha didn't really pursue that idea very much. Maybe that second one was in my head, that this king to b2 and c3 and everything. Because as Ian actually found the good plan. He put a rook on d6, put the king somewhere on b7, and got it out of the way. And then anytime I open c3, there'll be a weak d3 pawn. But I still think that g6 was a good idea. But maybe there's a defense there with the black rook going to c6 and the king waiting somewhere and everything. Maybe it's just not that easy. But at the end, once I play b4, there's a bishop a2, the bishop can escape.
Right.
So maybe it just wasn't that bad. But I think it will require a lot of analysis at home because it's a fascinating position.
Firouzja definitely seemed a bit disappointed, like in his post-game interview. It felt like it was, he tried to answer the questions in a quite short way. He said, like, he didn't find, I think, the good moves, although it's not clear exactly where he messed up, though.
Sure.
Right? So, but he's definitely creating interesting positions out of the openings in his last few games.
That is very good. And I think he's a danger still to all his opponents in this tournament.
And how about Gukesh and Prague? They had a really crazy game in the first half that Gukesh won. Today's game, he was again putting Prague under some pressure, but nothing ever really came out of it. So who do you think comes out as the, Prague was black, but Gukesh is still in the lead?
I think Gukesh pressed in the only way he could. He pressed without taking a lot of risk. And Katerina gives up and they agree a draw. Good defense by Humpy.
Yeah, she was forced to defend after some kind of inaccurate play in the time trouble leading up to the 40th move, but she holds Katerina at bay. And so we have a clear leader in the women, that is Tan, and she is followed by Lei and Garyachkina, who were only able to draw their games today. Katerina remains still half a point behind them, but now she's a point behind Tan. So not too much of a turnaround in the women's standings, but Tan gets back into the lead. So that is sort of the story for the day.
On the women's side, yeah.
And we're going to take a short break now that all the games are done and come back to you for a quick recap.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the verse of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
Welcome to our recap for round number 9. The big news of the day is that I lost my bet to Vichy about how many decisive games there would be in the open section. Vichy said there would be 1 decisive game. I said there would be 2. For some strange reason, I lost this bet. It's only Vidit was able to beat Nakamura, and Jan defended his quite dangerous position against Perugia, and Fabi could not make any progress against Abbasov either. So in the open standings, we still have Jan Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh leading the tournament at +2. Prague is following them at +1. But now Naka is sharing 4th to 6th place with Vidit, who beat him, and Fabiano, who he beat in the previous round. In the women, we had Tan take back the lead with a very fast victory with the black pieces over Vaishali. Just wasn't Vaishali's game, and I'm sure Tan wasn't expecting such a fast victory. The other games, it didn't really look like they were going towards decisive results. So we have Tan atop the women's standings, and she's followed by Garyechkina and Lei at 5.5, and Lagno 1 point behind her. So these 4 ladies are still the best poised in order to win this tournament. Vichy, congratulations, for your big achievement today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. There was a moment when I thought I wasn't going to win a bet, but I must admit, it didn't seem likely that you were going to get your 3 wins, though.
Right.
Though you finally bargained down to 2.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, why don't you walk us through that big game that Vidit, where Vidit beat Hikaru.
Okay. So, Hikaru went for a combative setup in the Italian. This is well known, but still it involves black creating some weaknesses, but also very sharp tactical game. With it, knew what he was doing, and they played a lot of quiet moves. Then finally he struck with d4, and this happened. So queen d1, knight f4. At first we were a little bit surprised that Hikaru didn't do this. Why give the pawn? It could be that there are some small advantages to work with, but Hikaru sacrificed the pawn. Now, this is by no means the end of the world, but it was based on a simple mistake. He captured on e5, and evidently he had just missed this simple move. Sometimes these things escape your attention. We were locked in trying to make knight g4 work somewhere and so on. But just the simple move, won a pawn. Captured, queen e6. Rook d3 happened. Knight f4, and after rook d6, Hikaru is basically lost. He managed to do this, and after rook h6, it is over. Whether he missed something or not, the position was already bad, and as they say, in a bad position, all moves are bad, so it's hard to criticize anything. But after queen b2, both queen g4 and with its move, which is even stronger, queen d7, basically shut down the game immediately. Hikaru had to come back to defend that pawn, because the only way to defend it. And after queen f5, Hikaru made one more move before resigning. So after yesterday's really disappointing loss, where Vidit was almost unrecognizable, very, very impressive that he was able to come back in this way and beat basically one of the best players in the world. And someone who himself had started his leap yesterday after beating Fabiano Caruana. Just shows how difficult this tournament is. No one seems to be safe. Vidit comes back to 50% and joins Nakamura there. Pragnananda is alone on +1. And Gukesh and Nepomniachtchi keep their +2.
Vishy, is there one player who is undefeated in the open section?
Jan is undefeated.
That's right. He's the only one, right? Everyone else has suffered one loss.
But he's been in trouble. And I've been telling Irina every day that it's not that he gets out of trouble. It's that he doesn't even seem to be affected by it. He gets out so easily. Today, there were a couple of fascinating moments. There are too many choices in the opening to discuss, but basically from some close position like this, they took the very interesting decision to... Here, Firuzha did something interesting. He captured on d6, capture on d7, and shut the position. So now we have a situation where black played f6, white played g4, and it's quite interesting. The bishops of opposite colors and almost every single pawn on opposite colors as well. So fascinating position. h4, king e7, rook e2. Not entirely clear to me why he didn't start with g5, but I'll just get to the interesting moment. Bishop g8. And here there are two possible plans. Both white could play g6. Now that seems paradoxical because we are shutting down the entire board. And where's white's winning attempt? Well, it was my case that the bishop on g8 is dead. It has no squares to come out. And because of it, the rook on h8 is trapped as well. And I was making the case that you could bring this rook here through a roundabout way to the square. And once both rooks are on the b file, you could break b4. And even though white would lose his bishop, he would be up because these two pieces were trapped. I don't know if this winning plan was in fact winning or it couldn't be executed. What Firuzha did as well was very convincing. He went for h5, bishop h7, and plugged the rook here. So Jan then defended with this, bishop h4, rook f8. And once again, we are stuck in a position where it's not easy to see how you can break through. I thought that the bishop could come here and slowly we play c3 and then execute some pawn breaks. Again, it's beyond the scope to cover this instantly, and I'm sure there are lots and lots of subtleties, but some very, very interesting moments in both games. But once they got to this position, Alireza decided there was no point gambling anymore because the black king is now quite safe, and if white opens up the position, maybe he loses. So they agreed a draw. Once again, Jan takes a position which was very difficult and makes an effortless draw. So Jan keeps his lead. Gukesh stays in the joint lead with him, and only Vidit improves his position at the expense of Nakamura.
Yeah.
Would you like to take us through the women's section?
Okay, the big game of the day in the women's was the fact that Tan won with the black pieces. And basically, she tried to play a Sicilian and was met with the C3 Sicilian, which quickly transposed into a French. So this structure reminded me a bit of the game between Nepo and Abasov from yesterday. Things were developing pretty smoothly, but then she decides to go on the attack without having these queenside pieces developed. And probably overall, this aggressive strategy is like ultimately what backfires. Because it was not so easy to play her position, and Tan was making some very natural moves like developing pieces, threatening small tactics, and somehow Vaishali's position just was getting bad. I mean, I guess this move undermining this pawn was a really big problem for her, and she lost this position within a few moves. I mean, the main issue is that this pawn is going to be captured at some point. She didn't find a way to hold the balance here, and already she's in very bad shape. She moves the knight, loses the pawn, she's forked, and then she gets forked again. And here, you know, there's nothing to be done since the two rooks are in a fork. I mean, that was a very fast run through the game because it was only 21 moves. Yeah.
So Vaishali in some sort of crisis, but Tan Zhongyi regains the lead from yesterday. that she lost yesterday and is back in first place. Let's take a look at the standings.
Yeah, Tan is in first place in the women, and we have Jan and Gukesh leading the Open. So we still have 5 more rounds left to play. It is completely unclear who is best positioned to win this tournament.
Yes, we have a lot of people in sniffing distance. So, and given the fact that, as I observed, no one seems to be really safe here, and everyone is, I think, at least playing good chess. Maybe they don't see themselves as being in the best of form, but everyone's playing good chess here, and therefore anything could still happen.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the tail enders, Firouzja and Abbasov, have stopped losing.
Yes.
And that matters a great deal for how this tournament goes, because suddenly they are not free points for their opponents, and none of the games can be taken for granted. So we're going to be back tomorrow for round number 10. And tomorrow is a special day because it's actually the final day that Vishy is going to be commentating here with us in Toronto. This is special and sad at the same time, but that's why you don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern Time.
See you.